Chapter 181. Diwu Qing Ro no longer spoke. He poured another cup of wine and slowly drank it. The crescent moon in the sky slowly moved to the west. The shadows of the trees in the pavilion also slowly moved. I will personally write a letter to Tai Butian to bring back number one's family. Diwu Qing Ro drank 5 cups of wine and suddenly said quietly, "This Tai Butian may not agree?" Han Buchu was shocked. Diwu Qing Ro personally writing a letter was a sign of his attitude. He was also delivering himself into Tai Butian's hands and giving him a chance to humiliate him. Wouldn't this damage his prestige? Tai Butian will agree. Diwu Qing Ro said casually, "Order Dongwu Fa to attack at the fastest speed in the shortest amount of time. No matter the cost. Take 2 of Iron Cloud cities. Open the gates of Iron Cloud. I will tell Tai Butian that if he returns his family, Great Zhao will withdraw from these 2 cities." Han Buchu was shocked, but he did not dare to say anything. This was clearly a rash decision made by Diwu Qing Ro in a fit of rage. From this, it could be seen that number one's death had a huge impact on him. This will be the last time in my life that I, Diwu Qing Ro, will act on impulse. Diwu Qing Ro looked up at the sky and said quietly, "And number one is worth it." Han Buchu finally understood. In Diwu Qing Ro's life, the person he cared about the most was number one. In other words, only number one could make Diwu Qing Ro lose control of his emotions. But number one was already dead. Therefore, Diwu Qing Ro used this decisive method to bid farewell to his former self. In one war, no matter how many people died or who died, in Diwu Qing Ro's heart, these people would be buried with his brothers. They would also be buried with Diwu Qing Ro for the past 10 years. From now on, Diwu Qing Ro would have no weaknesses. This impulse seemed to be a slight, but in reality it was also a deterrent. Plus, Han Buchu believed that Diwu Qing Ro definitely had a backup plan. Yun, he staying in Iron Cloud Citadel is not a long-term plan. If the 2 king-level masters are found before they recover from their injuries, the consequences will be unimaginable. Diwu Qing Ro's eyes were already showing traces of drunkenness, but his mind was still very clear. He resolutely said, "A big battle will be my warning. This letter is my sincerity. When the time comes, Yun he will openly escort number one's family back to their country. Whoever dares to stop him will be destroyed." Han Buchu was drenched in cold sweat. Are number one's family members real? Han Buchu could not understand why a person like number one would do something so stupid. Before number one went, he had already cut off all means of retreat. A trace of sadness appeared in Diwu Qing Ro's eyes. "I will raise his descendants well." Han Buchu remained silent. No one would have thought of this, not even Chu Yang. Tang Xiansheng's wife and children in Iron Cloud were actually his first wife, his children. This person was truly a lunatic. Iron Cloud Citadel had turned into a boiling pot of porridge. Everywhere, there was a hubbub like a market. It had to be said that the power of the masses was boundless, and the wisdom of the masses was also boundless. After Chu Yang gave the order, the 3 triad bosses gathered together to discuss. They came up with an extremely reliable plan. Iron Cloud Citadel would be divided into 5 areas: north, south, east, west, and west. Then they would take care of their own duties. They would herd all the outsiders into a large, open space. Then official Qingong would cooperate with the various government offices in the capital to investigate. After the investigation, they would gather all the people together. Those who were suspicious would be taken away. As a result, chaos broke out in the city. However, many spies were caught. Some of the spies who were mentally weak started rioting and were captured. These people were not strong and were afraid of death. Naturally, they did not keep their mouths shut. They began to follow the vines to find the melons. One by one, they began to catch them. In this process, they actually caught a silver horse rider. This was truly a cult. Iron Cloud Citadel's garrison troops, security forces, and Royal City's guards were all involved in this operation. In 2 days and 1 night, the search area had shrunk by half. Now, it was already midnight, but they were still working overtime. Especially the 10,000 hoodlums. They were yelling as if they had taken an aphrodisiac. They were full of vigor. Even Chang'ang's eyes were red from working so hard. The 3 triad bosses are still in high spirits. The situation is becoming more and more serious. If this continues, I am afraid that in less than a day they will find us here. Chunyin, he frowned in his temporary hiding place and thought hard for a solution. Because of the jade spirit ginseng, Yin Wu Fa had recovered 30% of his martial strength. Kong Shang Xian's martial strength had also recovered less than 30%. Facing this situation, the 2 of them were at their wits' end. If it was only the 2 of them, then it would be much easier. However, the problem was that there were 50 people. Under this kind of search, they were too big of a target. The only thing we can do now is to split up again. Qingyan, he said, everyone will split up again to avoid being surrounded. Even if we are caught, it will be because there are not enough people. Plus, there is not enough evidence. There will be a day when we will be released. That won't do. If we split up like that, won't we be like lambs waiting to be slaughtered? Yin Wu Fa said, in my opinion, it would be better to break out of the encirclement tonight. Break out. Chang'an, he coldly said, 200,000 soldiers are chasing us. This is Iron Cloud's capital, the center of Iron Cloud Nation. You want to force your way back to Great Zhao. We will do as official Cheng says. Kong Shang Xian said sullenly, breaking out of the encirclement is absolutely impossible. Even a level 1 Emperor level master would die of exhaustion in front of 200,000 soldiers. Not to mention us. Qing Yun, he frowned and said, I'm easy to deal with. I'm a scholar and have no martial arts, so they won't suspect me. But the others, they are definitely the main suspects. If one of them loses his cool, then everything will be over. Especially you two. Your appearances are too obvious. Plus, you have such a heavy injury. Once you are discovered, the situation will not be good. Qingyan, he said, if the 2 king-level masters do not mind, how about we hide in the leader's cellar? Kong Shang Xian and Yin Wu Fa rolled their eyes at the same time. Qingyan, his words were meant for the 2 of them to hear. It was only because of their status that these 2 people were the most likely to be unable to keep their composure. The 2 of them were king-level masters. How honorable were they? How could they hide in a cellar like rats? That was why he prepared ahead of time. We are only temporarily hiding from the wind. Qingyan, he said, that's good. Kong Shang Xian frowned. Sigh, we have been surrounded in upper 3 heavens for 7 or 8 years. We are used to it. Me too. In the past, to avoid assassination, I had to hide in a cesspool. Yin Wu Fa said angrily. Qingyan, he finally let out a sigh of relief. The place where they were hiding was the most important place for Tai Yincheng. It was not far from the royal palace. This was the so-called darkness under the lamp. Also, I have already thought of a way to let Gao Wei Cheng influence Du Shiqing and create chaos. However, this is a bit risky. Gao Wei Cheng might, but we can't do anything about it. Qingyan, he frowned as if he was talking to himself. Then he stopped talking. Break up and evacuate immediately. If you can send a message, then do it once a day. If you can't, then don't force it. Safety first. Following Qingyan, his order, the less than 10 people left behind to protect Yin Wu Fa and Kong Shang Xian. The rest of the people immediately scattered. These people were all experts. If they acted alone, it would be easy for them to escape from the encirclement of ordinary soldiers. It had to be said that with Chang Yun, his arrangement, as long as there were no accidents, the 2 king-level masters would not be discovered. They would be able to escape the search of Iron Cloud Citadel. Even if there were losses, they would only lose a few people. The majority of their strength would still be intact. Yu Yin was a martial artist in his 20s. He had wanted to join Butian Pavilion for a long time. However, his cultivation was too low, and he was eliminated at the first checkpoint. In a depressed mood, he did not participate in this search. Instead, he drank until he was drunk. Then, without knowing what time it was, he walked out of the tavern. He only felt that he was drunk and did not care where he was. He found a soft place and lay down, snoring loudly. While sleeping soundly, he was suddenly woken up by the urge to pee. He lay there in a daze. With his eyes closed, he took out his weapon and began to pee. After half of his stock was gone, he felt a bit more awake. He opened his eyes and saw that he had fallen asleep on a small pile of firewood. Looking here, it seemed to be firewood left in front of someone's house after the alcohol subsided. He felt the autumn wind was cold and shivered. He peed on his pants and could not help but curse. He used his fingers to stop the pee and was about to stand up to continue. Suddenly his vision blurred, and with a sound, a shadow flashed over his head, and the three of them were sent flying. Then, as if a flock of crows had been startled, one by one, the black-clothed people flew out of the courtyard he was leaning on. Yu Yan's entire body froze. He opened his mouth and was about to scream, but he quickly recovered and covered his mouth. However, he forgot that he had to stop himself from peeing. As soon as he removed his hand, he began to pee again. He did not waste a single bit of his pee and peed on his pants. He did not even realize it. The hidden boat also heard the last two people whispering. "The king-level leader is here. No! Silence!" The other person hastily shouted. Then he flew away from the top of his head. Yu Yan's hair stood on end. He immediately thought of the city's manhunt these past few days. Could it be these people? Listening to their words, it seems like there are people here. Yu Yan's eyes suddenly flashed. He stood up quietly. The firewood behind him rustled. He quickly pinched his nose and meowed like a cat. Then he sneakily left. Chapter 182. Ever since Mo Qingwu left, Minister Chu devoted himself to his work and cultivation. Now was a crucial time, so he decided to stay at Butian Pavilion. During this period of time, GMO was bored out of his mind. Among the 5 people in Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Dong Wushang was his enemy, Rui Butong and Gu Duxing were his best friends, and Luo Kudi was the one who was being bullied. Therefore, Luo Kudi kept pestering GMO and insisted on forming an alliance. However, GMO was not Gu Duxing's opponent. He helped Luo Kudi fight twice and was beaten black and blue by Gu Duxing. Then he was pestered by Luo Kudi, so he decided to follow Chu Yang to Butian Pavilion to gain experience. GMO thought, "Motherfucker, I can't afford to offend him, but can I hide?" Heaven Mending Pavilion was brightly lit. Martial revered and martial great masters came and went in a hurry. The martial masters and martial artists all became errand boys. Every one of them increased their speed and did not stop for even half a second. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. Qing'ang, who had just returned and was about to go out, angrily said, "What happened?" There is a guy who said he found the whereabouts of the spies. The guard at the door stammered. He didn't believe that this unkempt and unkempt man would know the whereabouts of the people of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Moreover, this guy had shamelessly boasted that he wanted to see Minister Chu. He had been scolding him in a bad mood. But this guy swore to the heavens that he was Minister Chu. He was so angry that he wanted to kick him. But Great Hall Master Cheng had arrived at this critical moment. "Let him in," Cheng Ong said angrily. "Why didn't you bring him in when you found a clue? What are you doing?" The guard withdrew his mouth and waved his hand. Another guard carried in a completely drenched fellow. Cheng Ong suddenly smelled urine. He pinched his nose and said angrily, "What is going on?" "This little guy is peeing." The guard pinched his nose. He wanted to laugh but did not dare to. Motherfucker. He is so young and he can't do it? Chung-ong looked at him and said irritably, throw him out. Motherfucker. Hold on, let him talk. It won't waste much of the University of Technology's resources. A cold voice sounded. It was King of Hell Chu who was wearing a mask. Since yesterday, the people of Butian Pavilion could clearly feel that the minister's aura was a lot colder than it had been a while ago. His authority was even greater. You're Minister Chu. Official Chu? Yu Yun anxiously shouted. I really have a secret. Chu Yang listened patiently. Then his eyes lit up as he asked, Are you sure that you're not drunk? I'm an orphan and have nothing to vouch for. I'll vouch for it with the lives of my wife and mother-in-law. I'm absolutely not seeing things. Yu Yin was anxious. He raised his hand and swore to the heavens. His saliva splattered everywhere. If I'm lying, may the heavens protect my wife from running away with someone else. Can we still find that place? Chu Yang's eyes flashed. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this guy. He really knows how to swear. It's an easy place to find. It seems to be the mansion of one of the officials who was executed not long ago. Yu Yin was overjoyed. He knew that since the other party asked, he must want to go and take a look. Oh. Chu Yang and Chung-ong looked at each other and saw the regret in each other's eyes. The mansions of these officials had just been confiscated and had not been sealed yet. Additionally, so many people had just died in those mansions. Therefore, they were afraid of selling them. Therefore, they couldn't sell them. Now they were the most secret of places. Gather all the men. We'll go now. Minister. Chu made a prompt decision. All martial masters and above, go. Also, inform the guards of the capital to seal off the direction of the inner city. Tell them that not even a bug can get out of here. If anyone tries to break out, no matter who they are, kill them without mercy. Wait for them to complete the encirclement. Experts, move out immediately. Don't alert the enemy. Send people to the capital and borrow some experts. Move out immediately. Immediately, the entire Butian Pavilion exploded into chaos. More than 200 people immediately stood in front of King of Hell Chu. Chu Yang really did not expect that the hiding place of a king-level master would be discovered by such a wretched person. But now he did not have the time to sigh. He would rather believe it than not. As for the shock, well, it was actually unnecessary worry. Now that the enemy was in chaos, the enemy could not be more alarmed. Even if they were alarmed, that was it. Moreover, Chu Yang felt that this information was definitely not fake. Not long after, a firework rocket shot into the sky from the center of the city and exploded. Chu Yang looked at the fireworks in the sky. His eyes turned cold. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." This firework proved that the area had been firmly surrounded like an iron spike. "Boss Chu, I will go too." GMO jumped out. "You?" Chu Yang was a bit hesitant. If GMO went, it would be fine if nothing happened. If something happened, the G clan's anger would not be a joke. Don't worry. GMO smiled and winked. "I will give you a small nursery. Good. Let's go." After half an hour, Chu Yang's group arrived in front of the gate. They hid in the distance and asked, "Are you sure this is the place?" Yu Yan's face was pale. He was so nervous that he was breathing rapidly. He spat. "I swear to the heavens, this is the place." Then he begged, "Minister, if we really catch the spy, can you let me join Butian Pavilion?" "What is your name?" Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang had already changed his ferocious mask to a veil. If he still wore a mask, it would be tantamount to giving the enemy a target. I am called Yu Sun." Yu Yin used his fingers to pull at his pants. The weather was cold now. Peeing on his body was really too uncomfortable. "Yu Yin, your luck is really good." Chu Yang almost laughed. This guy was really lucky. His pee actually splashed 2 king-level masters. He said, "If today's operation is successful, you can go to Heavenly Secret Hall and report to Hall Leader Chin." "Thank you, Minister." Yu Yin knelt down excitedly. and kowtowed. I hope you can always be so lucky. That is also Butian Pavilion's luck. Chuyang smiled. On the side, Chengong whispered, Minister, is it okay? Wait a little longer. Chuyang looked at the gate from 300 feet away. He was also very nervous. Tai Butian's reinforcements had not arrived yet. Chuyang was a little impatient. If they were discovered by the enemy, they would lose the initiative. Chuyang was a little puzzled. Tai Butian could not have dropped the ball at this time. What was going on? After waiting a little longer, Chuyang finally gritted his teeth and said, How many layers of archers are there now? 3 layers of cover. They are all made of iron, and their arrows are made of pure steel. Add more layers of cover in all directions. Chuyang said fiercely, Increase the cover in the air to 18 layers. We can't let any of them escape. Yes. Once the setup is complete, immediately begin the operation. Yes. Silently, the 3,000 archers in the army were redeployed, adding another layer of insurance on top of the 1,000 archers they already had. I still feel that something is not right, boss. Are you sure that there are enemies here just based on this little one's words? GMO did not understand and said, Aren't you a little gullible? Intuition. Chuyang said casually, In all of Iron Cloud Citadel, there are very few places that have not been searched. Only this place could hide so many people at once without being discovered. I still feel a little uncertain. I will go and take a look. Jimo's voice had just fallen when he jumped out from his hiding place. Chuyang could not stop him, and he was already 50 feet away. Under the night sky, Jimo's body seemed to turn into a phantom. He floated over 100 feet and then stopped for a moment, leaving behind a series of afterimages. He was already in front of the gate. GMO was not suspicious. He just wanted to show off his skills in front of Chuyang. During this time, he was unbearably idle. Plus, he felt that he had improved a lot. Plus, he was still young. In the next moment, he was about to jump over the wall. At this moment, the gate suddenly opened with a creak. A man in black suddenly appeared in front of GMO. In a split second, the two looked at each other and were both stunned. Chuyang, who was 30 feet away, immediately cursed in his heart. Who is it? The man in black took a step back and asked cautiously, Ada ditch intent mud? Tired of doggy mud? GMO was tongue-tied. This was absolutely unexpected. Who would have thought that just as he was about to jump over the wall, this guy would open the door and come out? He suddenly had an idea and opened his mouth to say something strange. What? The black-clothed man was at a loss. Ada guwu? Tired of tears? Ruffian guwu? Enemy martial arts? Jimo's eyes rolled around. His tongue rolled around in his mouth. Enemy Wu Chu. The man in black blinked pitifully. He only understood the last 2 words. Enemy martial arts. Enemy martial arts. GMO nodded repeatedly. Please vomit? Ada ditch intent mud? Enemy martial arts. Please vomit? Enemy martial arts. Diwu Ching Ro. The man in black looked at this alien in distress. He was so anxious that his face was sweating. Who are you? Honey, 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 honey? Lulu de Tired of doggy mud? Jimo's face was very anxious. He kept making threatening gestures. What do you mean by tired of talking? The pitiful man in black was unexpectedly led into a ditch. His tone of voice also unknowingly changed. Dog ant. Dog ant. GMO was very angry. He turned around and left. He muttered, Dog ant sada dog ant ditch intent mud. Humph. The man in black stood there in a daze. He thought about the meaning of these strange words. Suddenly he woke up and shouted, Pig Slayer! Stop. Poor guy. GMO made him unable to speak. Chapter 183. The man in black immediately knew that he was about to be killed. He roared and chased after Chuyang. Chuyang held back his laughter and gave the order, Kill! Shio, shio, shio! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The man in black, who had just jumped up suddenly, turned into a hedgehog in midair. From all directions, and above, there were at least hundreds of iron arrows that pierced into his body at the same time. A firework shot into the sky. From all directions there was a loud roar. Kill! The entire night sky seemed to tremble violently. Hundreds of people leaped into the air at the same time from all directions, rushing towards the house. Behind them, there was a dense army that was slowly moving forward. Everywhere they went, there was no obstruction. The walls and the houses were all knocked down. In the blink of an eye, the house had become an isolated island. All around there were soldiers with unsheathed swords and nocked arrows. They were all motionless. Inside the house there was the sound of killing. The sound of swords and spears colliding was heard. Then, with a loud boom, the four walls of the house were all knocked down. Like a forest, they were invincible. The operation this time was truly thunderous. Not long after Kong Shang Xian and Yin Wu Fe hid in the secret room, only a few people were left on guard. Then they suddenly heard an earth-shattering sound. Countless soldiers rushed into the house. They were exposed. Why were they exposed? It could be said that everyone had been hiding here for 3 times before finally choosing such a foolproof place. How could it be discovered so quickly? The 2 king-level leaders were shocked. This was the first time in their lives that they were panicking. Right now, most of the people were scattered. This was the time when they were at their weakest. How could the enemy just happen to attack at this time? Then there was the sound of fierce fighting. The 5 martial great masters and 3 revered martial artists outside were already fighting with the enemy. Kong Shang Xian was pacing back and forth in the secret room, full of worry. Next to him, Yin Wu Fe, who had just regained some color, was also there. The 2 of them paid close attention to the movements outside. Neither of them said a word. They had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen this time. "Don't worry, Your Highness," he said. "After Lord Wang's estate was raided, I secretly began to make preparations. I didn't touch anything in the mansion at all. I dug it up from the ground and sealed it. This secret chamber was located 30 feet underground, and its location was extremely well hidden. There was no entrance at all. Even if King of Hell Chu has the ability to reach the heavens, he won't be able to find us here." The commander of the Iron Horse Riders said respectfully. He was the one who developed this place. Even Cheng Yin and Kuei, he praised him for his ingenuity in this operation. "I hope so." Kong Shang Xian heard the sounds of fighting above and sighed. "I'm afraid the 8 brothers above are finished. To die for the throne, I have no regrets." The Iron Horse cavalry commander said solemnly. Once the courtyard was pushed down, the 8 people inside were like exploding grenades, flying out from 8 different directions to break out of the siege. However, the dense rain of arrows that fell from the sky made them suffer. They thought that it was only a small search party. Who would have thought that there were tens of thousands of soldiers lying in ambush outside? They directly sealed off the entire area. After 1 round of arrow rain, 3 people were injured. Then the ironclad experts lying in ambush swarmed up and fought. Chu Yang's black robe fluttered in the wind as he stood on a branch of a big tree. He looked at the turbulent fighting inside and couldn't tell the difference between the enemy and his own people. He could only see that there was a crazy battle going on inside. It was like a tide rushing out, spreading out, and then being pushed back. By the outside, there were a total of 8 battle circles like this. After a short while, there were only 5 left. Then 2 more circles ended the battle. There were only 3 circles left. There were constantly soldiers covered in blood being carried out of the crowd and immediately sent away. If they were not vomiting blood, then they were missing arms or legs. In this encirclement, there were people constantly falling down and being trampled into chaos. There were roars and shouts coming from inside, overlapping each other. Although there were only 3 enemies left, The fierceness of these 3 people was beyond anyone's expectations. Before the operation, Chuyang had said, "Try your best to capture them alive." But looking at the fierce battle in front of them, everyone knew that it was basically impossible to capture such an enemy alive. Even keeping their corpses intact would be a luxury. The battle lasted for less than a quarter of an hour, but the ironclad side paid the price of 50 people's lives. Nearly 100 people were injured. The one who was injured the furthest was 50 feet away. That revered martial artist was able to fight his way out 50 feet before he was heavily surrounded by the army and died in anger. One person's strength is great, but in the end he can't fight against an army, GMO said with a sigh. Jiang Hu is Jiang Hu, and the army is the army. Chuyang said, if the army was also Jiang Hu, then these experts could definitely break out of the encirclement, but the army isn't. Therefore, even an emperor-level expert would die if he fell into such a tight encirclement. GMO nodded and said, yes, the porridge is clear and the scale is clear. First 6. Although Jiang Hu people are fugitives, they know how to seek good fortune and avoid disaster to protect their own lives. Chuyang said, but the army doesn't have their own preferences. They only have orders. They only have military orders. Once an order is given, they can only move forward. They can't retreat. Because if they retreat, they will immediately die at the hands of their own people's law enforcement team. This is the so-called military order is like a landslide, GMO said with a sigh. However, this is really too cruel for these ordinary soldiers. It is cruel, but the cruelty of war is also the mission of the army. Chuyang sighed deeply. Where's the messenger? GMO let out a long sigh. GMO, you almost ruined our big plan. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Chuyang looked at him coldly and said, you're lucky that you didn't get shot to death by your own people's arrows. If you act without discipline like this again, you will be responsible for the consequences. GMO rubbed his head and smiled bitterly. He knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't dare to say anything. What did you mean by what you said to that guy? Why didn't I understand? Chuyang asked. Chuyang considered himself to be very knowledgeable. His previous life was rich enough, but he couldn't understand GMO's words. This made Minister Chu very puzzled. From beginning to end, Chuyang only understood the words enemy and vomit. As for the rest, he could only express his lack of knowledge in shame. What's the point of that? GMO laughed hollowly and said, I was quick-witted. I didn't know what I was talking about. I didn't expect that guy to be confused. Chuyang choked. He smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid that anyone's first reaction would be the same when they suddenly meet someone who talks like that. You're really good. Minister Chu had nothing to say about this guy. Minister, the 8 enemy bandits have been killed. An officer who was besieging the enemy trotted over. He straightened his body and saluted. There was an eye-catching wound on his head. Blood was flowing down, but his face was cold and stiff. His eyes were cold and sharp. Good. Immediately check the casualties. There's no need to report this to the military. Just report it to Butian Pavilion. Chuyang solemnly returned the salute. Yes, on behalf of my brothers, I thank the minister. The officer's eyes were filled with joy. Reporting to the military headquarters and waiting for the gold and silver to arrive would be a long process. Moreover, they would only be able to receive the same amount as those who died in battle. However, reporting to Butian Pavilion would allow the families of these fallen brothers to receive several times the compensation from the military headquarters. Since Minister Chu said so, he naturally had a plan. Cheng-Ong wiped away his sweat. His face was pale as he walked over. Minister, 3 revered martial artists and 5 great masters. None of them were caught. Hall leader Cheng's injuries were not light. There were several bloody wounds on his body. He walked with a limp. You found out? Only these few people. The highest was a revered martial artist? Chu Yang frowned. Yes, and only a 5th-level revered martial artist. When Chang'an said this, he couldn't help but sweat. During this time, he was on the verge of breaking through. Plus, under the pressure of King Chu, he was able to break through to 3rd-level revered martial artist. Now he was saying that the other party was only a 5th-level revered martial artist. The other party was 2 levels higher than him. Is there no one else? Chu Yang frowned. The battlefield has been cleaned up. Every place has been searched. Chang'an said, there are no other traces. What about the secret room? Chu Yang asked. There is no secret room. Chang'an said. This subordinate has found many experts in mechanism studies and searched the place thoroughly, but there are no traces of a secret room. Plus, this house was originally an official's home. Aside from a few cellars, there are no other secret rooms. That's not right. What Chu Yang was thinking was that when Yu Yun had reported back then, he had said the words of the black-robed man. The king level is here. No, this was not something that could be made up by Du Chang. Now that there were so many revered martial artists and great martial artists from Golden Horse Riders Department, it proved that this information was true. It was impossible that there was no one here. If even a mouse could not get out of the encirclement, then it was certain that there was someone in this house. And it was a king-level master. If they couldn't find him, then there must be a problem. Don't withdraw yet. Chu Yang pondered. His eyes slowly emitted a ruthless light. He said, maintain a tight seal. Then send people to bring water. Fill the entire house with water. Even if they turn into mice and burrow into the ground, I will make sure they come out. Yes, Chang'an was a little unhappy. We have already confirmed that there is no secret room. Even if you use water, what's the use? It will only be a waste of manpower. But how can we not obey the minister's orders? Turn around. He gave a series of orders. Immediately, his friends started to move. Generally, please send some soldiers to help. We need to finish this as soon as possible. Chu Yang looked at the young general and said, No problem. General Li saluted and turned around. Third camp, listen to my orders. Go and bring water. Chapter 184. Torches. Illuminate this place. Archers, don't slack off. Gunmen, get ready. 10 layers of blockades. Chu Yang ordered, block here, 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 and here. Don't let the water flow away. Boss, even if there are people inside, can't we wait for the concubines to arrive? Now, isn't it too hasty? GMO frowned and asked. If there are people inside, they are king-level masters. Chu Yang said lightly. Plus, they are already injured. King-level masters recover very quickly. You know this. After tonight, even if the king-level masters recover a little bit of fighting power, we will lose a few more soldiers. With such losses, even if one more person dies, it will be a dereliction of duty on the commander's part. Chu Yang said, We can't give the enemy any chance to breathe. Even the slightest respite could lead to an irreparable disaster. GMO said, Oh. He looked at Chu Yang deeply and said, I see. But he thought in his heart, he can think of ordinary soldiers to this extent. How can he be wrong to his own brothers? While he was thinking, someone quickly carried a big bucket of water and poured it on the ground. Then a lot of people ran over with basins and buckets in their hands. Even though there were many people, there were not enough tools. It seemed that they would need to continue for a while to achieve their goal. At this time, 40 to 50 people quickly piled up soil and built a trench on the road. Then, a stream of water flowed over from there. It turned out that there was a well and a donkey over there. So, those who were near kept flowing over here. Those who were far away carried water over. People shouted and horses neighed. It was very lively. Gradually, more and more people started to get their hands on tools. There was even a guy who found a large iron bucket that was used to feed the horses in the army. He used a single-wheeled carriage to bring the bucket over. This thing was even more addictive. It was enough for a family to have 50 buckets of water. Several commanders jumped up and down. They shouted with fierce faces, "Quick! Faster! Faster!" As time went by, the official's mansion gradually became a pool of water. As for the original cellars, they were filled to the brim at the very first moment. There was strength in numbers. Some carried the water, some shook the donkey with all their might, and some did their best to fill in the gaps. Even further away, several people carried the water in relays. The 20 water wells nearby were all taken over by the army in a short time. Water was slowly accumulating in this courtyard. The courtyard that was tens of acres of land was actually covered in water, so deep that it didn't even reach their feet. Countless soldiers were quietly watching. Archers, snipers, spear throwers, knife throwers, all of them were ready for battle. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes sparkling. Down below, Kong Shang Xan, Yin Wu Fa, and the others, a total of 8 people, were anxiously stomping their feet in the secret chamber. When they heard that there was no movement outside, they thought that the army had retreated. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, they heard people shouting and horses neighing outside. Due to the distance, they couldn't hear what was being said. They could only vaguely hear someone shouting, "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" A bad feeling rose in everyone's heart at the same time. What is the enemy doing? Not long after, the air in the secret chamber slowly became moist. It seemed that the temperature had dropped. Kong Shang Xan frowned as if he had thought of something. His face became colder and colder. After a while, the ceiling of the secret chamber was slowly seeping in. Water! Water is seeping in. Yin Wu Fa's eyes widened when he saw this. Everyone's expression changed. They finally realized that King of Helchu's plan was to drown them. This was extremely bad news for Zhou Zhou and the others. Although there was no exit, they were underground. With such a large space, as long as there was water above, sooner or later it would seep in, or the whole place would collapse. Even if they didn't drown, they would suffocate to death. Looking at the water droplets dripping down from the ceiling, they slowly formed a line. Slowly, the soil began to fall down piece by piece. The 2 king-level leaders were dumbstruck. The current situation could be said to be extremely bad. If they went out, they would be besieged by a large army. Although they did not know how many people there were, from the sounds coming from above, they knew that the number was not small. The 2 were seriously injured and did not have the confidence to break out of the encirclement. However, if they stayed here and did not move, they would silently become corpses. It was difficult to advance and difficult to retreat. A large piece of soil fell from above their heads. The water under their feet had already covered their shoes. The 2 king-level leaders wanted to cry but had no tears. "King of Helchu, aren't you too cruel? How did you come up with such a desperate plan? King-level leader, you must make a decision immediately. This place is about to collapse," a revered martial artist anxiously said. Almost before he finished speaking, large pieces of soil began to fall from above their heads. Kong Shang Xan roared with grief and indignation. His eyes were red as he shouted, "Rush out!" As soon as these 3 words came out, the 3 revered martial artists, 2 martial great masters, and 1 iron horse rider all showed a tragic expression. Everyone knew what it meant to rush out at this time, especially since the 2 king-level leaders had not recovered. There was no hope at all. The enemy was using a sea of people tactic. They did not even need to send out masters. Just ordinary soldiers would be enough to kill them. If they went out, they could only die in battle. If they stayed, they could only drown. If they died in battle, they could still get some benefits. If they drowned, that would be too unjust. Brothers, before we rush out, I have a few words to say. Kong Shang Xan tried his best to straighten his body. His eyes flashed with a cold light under the water. The others all stood ramrod straight and listened quietly. This time the situation is dangerous. Even I, Kong, do not have the confidence to escape. Therefore, this battle may be the last time we brothers will fight together." Kong Shang Xian's fierce eyes flashed with an inexplicable warmth at this moment. He looked at his subordinates one by one and said in a low voice, "This time, I, Kong Shang Xian, have implicated everyone. The cause of all this is because I acted without permission. This has led to an immeasurably serious consequence. I have also implicated my brothers and put them in a desperate situation. King-level leader, why do you say this? If everyone works together, even if we die, we will die together. We are all people of Jianghu. We have already accepted life and death. It is just this matter. Thank you for your understanding. If there is a next life, I, Kong Shang Xian, hope that with my brothers we can travel through Jianghu and dominate the world. We will use all of our strength to unify the world." Kong Shang Xian's voice was heavy. This sad Saber King seemed to have a premonition of the final destination of his life. Every word was filled with all of his emotions. It was as if they were being pulled out from his heart. "Second brother, we might still have a chance. Why do you have to be so pessimistic?" Yin Wu Fa felt as if his chest was about to explode. He glared and angrily said, "Listen to me." Kong Shang Xian smiled and walked in front of Yin Wu Fa. He gently patted his shoulder and said, "Third brother, if we can return to Great Zhao, don't talk about revenge so easily." Finished speaking, he turned his head and bowed deeply toward his subordinates. "King-level leader, what are you doing?" The only surviving command horse rider fell to his knees. His tears fell like rain. "At most, we brothers will die together. King-level leader, there is no need. His voice choked and he could not continue. "No, the three of you have a big chance. You are not injured. You can definitely escape." Kong Shang Xian seriously said, "I only ask you, if possible, please save my third brother." Yin Wu Fa angrily yelled, "Second brother, if you don't leave, how can I leave? When we became sworn brothers, we said that we would rather die together than live together. Do you want me to be a heartless person? When the time comes, we will all die together. Of course, if we must die, we brothers will die together." Kong Shang Xian looked at Yin Wu Fa emotionally. He silently said in his heart, "Third brother, you saved my life. Today, even if I die, I will let you leave safely." He did not say anything else. He quietly looked at his remaining brothers. After a long time, he said, "Remember what I said." As he said these words, his eyes were fixed on the command horse rider. He solemnly said, "Old Sa, after so many years, this is my last order. It is also my last request in this life." The command horse rider kneeled on the ground. His whole body trembled. His tears fell like rain as he repeatedly nodded. Kong Shang Xian looked at Yin Wu Fa with nostalgia and softly said, "Brothers, I really want to ride together with you in Jianghu." These words were almost inaudible. With that, he turned around and strode out. He did not look back. "Charge out!" Yin Wu Fa angrily roared. He secretly pulled the command horse rider and whispered, "Old Sa, if I can't do it, you must pull the second king-level leader out. Please." Then he did not wait for the old Sa to reply. He straightened his body and followed behind Kong Shang Xian step by step. The old Sa was stunned. At this critical moment of life and death, the two king-level leaders, who were known for their coldness and ruthlessness, used their own actions to express the word brothers. "I can sacrifice myself, but my brothers must live." On the ground, muddy water splashed everywhere. Kong Shang Xian and Yin Wu Fa, both with their thin bodies, walked in the dark secret room. However, their broad shoulders seemed to be carrying the entire earth for each other. A fierce aura was slowly emitted from the two of them. Slowly, like a tsunami, It surged through the narrow passageway of the secret chamber. Above, mud fell like rain. On the ground, the water had already reached the knees. Chapter 185. Kong Shang Xan suddenly stretched out his hands. At the same time, the shadowless blade that had once angered the lower three heavens and caused the lower three heavens to tremble suddenly appeared in his right hand. With a schwa sound, he drew a large circle above his head. The wall that had already become soft suddenly caved in, with a loud rumbling sound. The entire building collapsed along with the collapse. Kong Shang Xian's skinny body turned into a beam of light and quickly flew up. He was the first to rush up. At this time, whoever went up first would undoubtedly suffer the fiercest attacks of the enemy. It was the most dangerous. However, this king-level leader, who only knew how to use others, was willing to use his own flesh and blood to open a path for the first time in his life. For his dying brother. Boom! The entire ground caved in. The entire courtyard was filled with water. Thus, everyone was watching from afar. There were also soldiers who were trying their best to bring water over. All of a sudden, the ground collapsed, revealing a huge space. Everyone was stunned. Word. At this moment, a thin figure, dressed in black and holding a shining saber, rose up from the ground like a demon god. He stood in the waist-deep water, and his eyes were sharp. In the darkness of the night, they were like two spears flashing through the sky like lightning, emitting a dazzling brilliance. His body was full of mud and dirty. Standing in the water, only his upper body was exposed. However, his entire body emitted a fierce aura. He was like a trapped lion that had nowhere else to go, but he still displayed the might of a king, an unyielding fighting spirit. The turbulent water gushed in from under his feet, stirring up turbid waves, making him look like an underwater demon who was walking up step by step on the waves. After a few more roars, 7 people appeared next to this person. There were only 8 people, but they were facing an army of 10,000. Their faces showed no fear. They actually emitted a biting cold aura. In the distance, Chu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. They came out. 2 king-level leaders, Guasha, were here. The information was indeed correct. Chengong roared. He was about to lead people to rush up, but Chu Yang waved his hand and stopped him. May I ask which 2 king-level experts of the Golden Horse Riders Department are on the opposite side? Chu Yang casually asked. Kong Shang Xian stared at Chu Yang from afar. After a long time, he finally smiled and said, "You are King of Hell Chu, right?" Chu Yang's face was covered with a black cloth. He said yes. How could I dare to call myself the King of Hell in the presence of 2 king-level experts? He deserves it. Kong Shang Xian's gaze swept through the air and landed on Chu Yang's face without any emotion. Chu Yang felt as if his face was being pierced by needles. I was able to move unhindered in the 3 heavens. Even when the 4 great clans joined hands, they were still unable to force me into a dead end. But you did it. Respect. King of Hell Chu, you are very scheming. Good move. Kong Shang Xian stared at Chu Yang for a while before he finally let out a long sigh. These few words of praise contained too many complex emotions. After seeing the real King of Hell Chu, Kong Shang Xian finally understood that he had been tricked by this guy. Looking at this guy's aura, he definitely did not surpass the martial master level. Therefore, the 3 jade thrones that appeared before and after the fight with Inwu Fa must have been part of King of Hell Chu's crafty scheme to frame us. Just as Diwu Qingro said, he used the people from the other 3 heavens clans to train. He hated himself for being played in the palm of his hand. It was not until he was in a desperate situation that he finally realized. But it was too late. I don't dare, Chu Yang said in a dignified voice. May I ask if you are Sad Saber King, Kong Shang Xian? Who I am is no longer important. Kong Shang Xian chuckled and shook his head. His eyes slowly turned as he looked at the silent army around him. The corners of his mouth curled up into an arrogant smile as he said, "This kind of formation, you really think too highly of me. There are at least 50,000 people around, right? King-level expert, you underestimate yourself too much." Chu Yang said calmly, "Just for this place alone, in order to keep all of you here, I've mobilized more than 15,000 archers." Chu Yang's sharp eyes looked at Kong Shang Xan. "More than a third of all the archers in Iron Cloud Citadel are here. There's still more coming from the outside." Kong Shang Xan laughed and said, 15,000 archers. This is enough to decide the outcome of a battle. Even if I die, I will die with honor." Chu Yang casually said, "Right now, this area has become an iron bucket. In the direction of King's Citadel, the King's Citadel guards have not moved and are fully focused on defense. The east, west, north, and south gates are all under lockdown. Plus, it is too far from here." He looked at Kong Shang Xan with pity. "You are already at the end of your rope. You want to persuade me to surrender?" Kong Shang Xan chuckled. His eyes suddenly became cold. "Then you underestimate me too much. You underestimate Golden Horse Riders Department." "Not at all." Chu Yang respectfully said, "A king-level expert must have dignity. Even though I am not a king-level expert, I do not want to humiliate a strong person. You should end your own lives." Chu Yang calmly said, "Let me also maintain my unyielding respect for a king-level expert." Kong Shang Xan laughed mockingly. "And our own lives? King of Hell Chu, do you think you can dream while standing?" He let out a long roar and fiercely said, "King of Hell Chu, even if I cannot avoid dying here today, you should prepare for a large amount of compensation from the military." Chu Yang coldly smiled. Both sides were stalling for time. Kong Shang Xan was stalling for time to recover his martial strength. Even if he could recover a little bit more, it would be good. However, Chu Yang was stalling for time to wait for the encirclement to be completed. Chu Yang's heart faintly had a glimmer of hope. Tai Butian's support. Even though there was not much hope right now, as long as the 2 Shadow Guardians came, there would be no unnecessary casualties. They would be able to capture these 2 seriously injured king-level experts. They had not made a move yet, but Chu Yang knew that once they made a move, the other side would fight like a cornered beast. The casualties on his side would be extremely high. The counterattack of a king-level expert on the brink of death would definitely be earth-shattering. Kong Shang Xan was right. If they wanted to capture these 2 king-level experts, the price they had to pay would be extremely heavy. Time slowly passed. Finally, the soldiers from the outside gradually arrived. 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. The encirclement was like an iron bucket. Chu Yang was about to give an order when suddenly a horse galloped in from the outside. The person on the horse was Chen Yutong. Chen Yutong passed through the encirclement and went straight to Chu Yang. He hurriedly whispered, "Minister, the crown prince has gone to the palace. The emperor's illness has relapsed." After the crown prince entered the palace, he did not come out. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Chu Yang was furious. He almost wanted to slap him. "Doesn't that mean I've given the enemy some time to catch their breath, but the reinforcements I want are out of the question?" Chen Yutong's face turned pale. After he arrived at the crown prince's residence, he immediately rushed to the palace and waited for Tai Butian to summon him. However, Tai Butian did not appear until Du Shiqing came and said that the emperor was not well. The 2 king-level experts were protecting the emperor's vitality. When Chen Yutong heard this, he knew that the 2 king-level experts would not be able to come. He immediately rushed back, but it was already at this time king-level expert Kong. "Sorry for the offense." Chu Yang shouted, "Kill!" Since the reinforcements were not coming, then they would have to use their current strength to pay the price. Chu Yang made a prompt decision and issued this cruel order at the first moment. This roar set off the beginning of the war. With this order, a rain of arrows covered the sky. Thousands of arrows turned into the first wave of attack. The second wave of arrows was also shot out almost at the same time. Spread out, Kong Shang Xian roared. The 8 people he was worried about also exploded at the same time and scattered in 8 different directions. At the same time, Kong Shang Xian stomped his feet. His whole body flashed with a golden light. The water in the courtyard suddenly surged like a screen and spread out in all directions like countless angry dragons, facing the rain of arrows. With a whoosh, all the torches in the vicinity were extinguished by the water at the same time. The distance was brightly lit, but this courtyard had turned into a shimmering darkness. Without a sound, the Iron Horse Knight turned into a hedgehog and fell to the ground without making a sound. The 2 martial great masters were halfway there when their bodies were hit by arrows at the same time. Blood splattered out of their bodies as they screamed in pain. Dozens of arrows were mercilessly shot into their bodies. The 2 of them shouted at the same time, "King Level Leader, your brother will go first. Let us open the way for you." Before they finished speaking, the 2 used all their strength to throw out their weapons. Then they laughed miserably and slowly fell into the water, creating a red splash. A saber and a sword passed through space like a meteor and flew into the crowd dozens of feet away. Screams resounded. "Brother, wait a step. We will be there soon." Old Saw laughed heartily. Kong Shang Xian and the remaining 5 people had already closed the distance of 300 feet, like meteors. The 2 king-level experts were like 2 sharp arrows whistling through the air. The rain of arrows was like a waterfall. Kong Shang Xian's shadowless saber was constantly flying. Occasionally, the saber would sweep horizontally and cut all the arrows in half. His other hand would grab the arrowheads, and in the next moment, they would turn into cold stars and be reflected back. The saber did not stop, and his hand did not stop. The sound of the arrows piercing into the flesh of the human body was unceasingly heard. Many of the surrounding soldiers had already died under this counterattack. Kong Shang Xian was rapidly flying. His long hair fluttered behind him, but his face was as calm as water. Under the illumination of the lanterns in the distance, although it was dark, his eyes emitted a faint light like that of a hungry wolf. His current state was at its peak. It was as if he was not injured at all. The dense rain of arrows could not hit his body. Occasionally, an arrow would break through the saber net, but it would be knocked to the ground by his protective energy. He was like a hurricane, like a burning torch. He completely disregarded his own body and turned the last bit of heat in his body into a flame that could burn people, rising fiercely. He had already rushed within 200 feet. Chapter 186. The javelins of the 3,000 javelins turned into black rays of light. From different directions, from different angles, they all shot towards the same target. The group of 5. Kong Shang Xian let out a long roar. His body suddenly straightened up. His toes touched the tip of the first wave of javelins. His body soared into the air and met the second wave of javelins. His hand suddenly chopped down. With a loud shout, his body continued to rise. His long saber flashed again and again. His body rose more than 100 feet into the air. Then, like a streak of flowing light, he drew a strange arc. Behind him, there were flashes and rows of phantoms suddenly appeared. But he himself had already swept across the sky, and with a dazzling saber light, he directly crashed into the army formation. The saber flashed fiercely as if a small sun had suddenly appeared. At the front of the army, there was a sudden explosion of blood. The waves of blood surged. Kong Shang Xian cleared a large area in an instant. Then he immediately killed his way out. To help his brothers, Yin Wu Fa held a javelin that he had just intercepted and crazily rushed forward. There were 3 or 4 arrows stuck in his body. Of the remaining 3, Old Saw was the first to charge through the rain of arrows and javelins. A 7th grade revered martial artist followed closely behind him. Together with In Wu Fa, they formed a small triangular formation and rushed out. However, the last 4th grade revered martial artist was a step too slow. When the rain of arrows was about to reach him, he took a deep breath. However, it was this breath that cut off his life. The spears that followed were like deadly bolts of lightning, nailing him to the ground. Then, the continuous rain of spears and arrows smashed his body into minced meat in an instant. The rain of arrows was still tirelessly falling, and the javelins were still falling endlessly. In Wu Fa and the others were trapped less than 50 feet away from the army. Seeing that they were in imminent danger, Kongshang Xan roared and turned around. He rushed out of the army. Countless bodies were thrown into the air by him. Then, the bright saber light broke through the darkness and reached In Wu Fa's side. "Follow me." Kongshang Xan's voice was already hoarse. Without stopping, he immediately turned around and led the 3 of them into the army. The rain of arrows and spears suddenly stopped. The soldiers roared angrily, "Kill!" They came from all directions like a tidal wave. "Close combat." Chu Yang immediately ordered, "Minister, it would be better to wait for a moment. These 2 king-level experts are at their peak. So, it would be better to let these soldiers exhaust their strength. Then, our experts will go all out and will secure the victory in one fell swoop." The words of this revered martial artist from the imperial palace made Chu Yang fly into a rage. He slapped the revered martial artist's face ruthlessly. "Bastard! Loss?" In order to deplete their strength, Benja, a good person, they were using the lives of their soldiers. Your life is important, but are the lives of these soldiers not important? Get him. If you slow down, I'll take the heads of your entire family. On the other side, Ching Ong roared and led the experts of Butian Pavilion to charge forward without any fear of death. Everyone charge! As an expert, he had to bear more responsibilities at this time. Chu Yang roared, "For our brothers, we have to fight for a chance to survive." The battlefield had turned into a meat grinder. Kongshang Xan and In Wu Fa were fighting fiercely. 2 king-level experts and 2 high-level revered martial artists. At this moment, their fighting prowess made everyone who saw them tremble in fear. Even though they were all seriously injured, even though their bodies were full of arrows, it was as if they were possessed by gods and demons. They did not fall down. They were fighting. In this desperate battle, they had already charged 500 feet forward. An endless stream of soldiers was rushing toward them. With a miserable scream, the 8th grade revered martial artist suddenly screamed in fear. A soldier put down the body of his comrade and suddenly jumped up with red eyes. He completely ignored his own safety and hugged the corpse. Hugging the corpse was the same as hugging a saber. The saber flashed, and the soldier's 2 forearms flew off. However, his remaining arms were still wrapped around the 8th grade revered martial artist's body. He held on tightly and opened his mouth. His white teeth also fiercely bit down. "Ah!" The revered martial artist screamed in pain. Immediately, the soldier was blown into pieces by him. The soldier only managed to hold him back for a short moment. If this was a normal situation, this moment would not be much. But right now, he was surrounded by an army. There were dozens of sabers, swords, and spears all around him. Just as he pushed the soldier away, 7 or 8 soldiers jumped up at the same time. Their faces were ferocious, and their sabers slashed down without any regard for their own safety. The spearman in the back also fiercely thrust forward to greet him. The revered martial artist screamed and tried his best to dodge, but a spear still pierced his abdomen. It was not easy for him to get here. He had almost overdrawn all his strength. At this moment, he did not have the strength to dodge. His right hand grabbed the spear in his abdomen. He screamed in despair and used his saber to pierce through the spearman. The saber flashed and suddenly chopped down. His right hand flew out of his body. He screamed in pain as his only remaining left hand grabbed the soldier's neck. However, at the same time, 7 or 8 sabers fell down. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. His hand also brushed past the throats of 4 soldiers. The 4 corpses had not yet fallen down when another 10 or 20 people rushed forward. Wild cries and shrill screams rang out at the same time. 1 saber cut off his left hand. 1 saber cut off his right leg. He fell to the ground. A soldier threw away his saber and suddenly grabbed the spear that was still in his abdomen. He fiercely twisted it. With a loud roar, he lifted him into the air. Kill! Countless sabers and swords greeted him at the same time. Suddenly, blood and flesh flew everywhere. There were only 3 people left. Kong Shang Xian angrily looked at King of Hell Chu in the distance. He was so angry that his teeth were about to break. The enemy did not make a move. As long as King of Hell Chu made a move, with his and Yin Wu Fa strength, they could use King of Hell Chu as a distraction to fight and retreat. The army would not be as fearless as they were now. However, King of Hell Chu did not move. This made them lose their greatest chance of survival. All around Kong Shang Xian were corpses. At a glance, there were several hundred corpses. There were also many bloody alleys in the distance. These were the results of Kong Shang Xian's efforts. After a long battle, coupled with his injuries, Kong Shang Xian gradually felt that his vision was blurring. The strength in his body was also gradually decreasing. This situation made Kong Shang Xian suddenly realize that death was approaching. I can't hold on much longer. Could it be that I am really at the end of my road? Once this thought arose, Kong Shang Xian suddenly felt unreconciled. How can I die like this? How can I die so easily? Suddenly, he crazily chopped out 177 sabers. 40 or 50 people screamed at the same time. Suddenly he shouted, "Wu Fa!" Yin Wu Fa was already soaked in blood. Hearing this, he shouted, "Second brother!" His situation was not good. If Old Saw was not by his side, this king-level leader would have been turned into minced meat. Old Saw! Kong Shang Xian roared again. Old Saw shouted, "I'm here! I'm here! I'm here!" The 3 people continued to roar. It was as if the fact that they were still alive gave them great strength in the distance. Chu Yang's expression changed, and he said, "This is not good. Send out the order." The bugle horn sounded. The people who had just participated in the attack retreated like a tide. Another group of soldiers roared and rushed forward. These 2 king-level leaders are really 2 good men. GMO, who was next to Chu Yang, exclaimed, "Not bad." Chu Yang watched the battle with rapt attention. He constantly made hand signals and gave out orders. He said seriously, "Unfortunately, they are our enemies." "What a pity," GMO said regretfully. Just as the words "what a pity" came out of GMO's mouth, the battle situation suddenly changed. "Come closer." Kong Shang Xian's roar shook the night sky. "Okay." Yin Wu Fa and the Old Saw roared at the same time. It was as if they were moving the entire battlefield. The sounds of battle were being controlled by these 2 people, and they were moving closer to Kong Shang Xian's side. "Don't let them get close!" Chu Yang shouted. He was sensitive enough to feel that once the 3 of them got close to each other, there would be an unexpected change that would occur. Qingong roared. In the middle of the battle, he led his subordinates to intercept them without any regard for their lives. The people on the other side were rolling. Kong Shang Xian was like a mad tiger, killing his way over. Wherever he went, countless pillars of blood spurted out. His path forward was dyed red with blood. The stirred bloodlight seemed to be emitting blood-colored fireworks for the sorrowful throne at any time and place. The entire battlefield seemed to have fallen into a nightmare. Everything seemed to have become unreal. Before the encirclement, everyone thought that Chu Yang was making a big fuss over nothing. In order to deal with a few people, he had mobilized an army of 100,000. But now, everyone was awed by the battle prowess of these few people. Are they still human? Under the encirclement of an army of 100,000 and the threat of 15,000 archers, they were still able to fight to this extent. The number of casualties had already reached a shocking level. If it were not for the fact that so many people were mobilized at the same time, even if their numbers were reduced by half, these people would not have been able to stop them. All the brave warriors in the army, as long as they went up, were dealt with in a breath's time. Those martial artists and martial masters, whom they had once looked up to, had all turned into corpses in mere moments. It was said that these people were seriously injured. If they were not injured, the commander shuddered. The distance between Kong Shang Xian and Yin Wu Fa was only 50 feet. But this 50 feet distance under Chu Yang's command became a natural moat. Almost all the masters were gathered here. If they tried to force their way through, even if Kong Shang Xian was not injured, he was not confident. Chapter 187. Immediately after, Kong Shang Xian's throne in the air suddenly emitted a golden light. Kong Shang Xian suddenly jumped up from the ground. His body suddenly spun, and his saber became one with his body, turning into a bright ball of light. Then he shot into the sky. Woo! A strange sound was heard. The bright saber flashed with a dreamlike brilliance in the sky and headed straight for the crowd. Chu Yang panicked and roared, "Scatter!" This is the life saber technique. The life saber technique was a king using his own life to fight. This was not the same as being one with the saber, but the power was the same. With the saber as one, there was still a chance to recover. However, with the life saber technique, one's life force would be burned away, and there would be no chance to recover. Because of this, the life saber technique was also known as the countdown to life. Because once it was used, the person's life would enter the countdown. Sad Saber King Kong Shang Xian was finally going all out. Once this move was unleashed, even if no one attacked Kong Shang Xian, he would still die without a doubt once the aftershock of this move dissipated. Chu Yang had been waiting for this moment for a long time. How could he be willing to let his subordinates die for the sake of a doomed Sad Saber sovereign? Chung Ong heard this and roared, "Scatter!" He quickly rolled away, but his back was still hit by the saber. A large piece of flesh flew out. Master Ching was in so much pain that his whole body trembled violently. Under Kong Shang Xian's desperate efforts, Yin Wu Fa and the three old men finally met up. Second brother. Yin Wu Fa crazily screamed as tears streamed down his face. Yin Wu Fa. Kong Shang Xian screamed to the sky. His long hair flew up. "Don't let me die with regrets." Second brother. Yin Wu Fa screamed. His whole body suddenly trembled violently. "Let's go." Kong Shang Xian roared. Suddenly, his whole body emitted a golden light. He grabbed Yin Wu Fa and shouted, "Old Saw, are you willing to accompany me on this road to the netherworld?" Old Saw laughed aloud and roared, "I was just about to accompany my wife to see this so-called nether spring." "Good. Today I, Kong Shang Xian, have wronged you. On the Yellow Springs Road, let me apologize to you." Kong Shang Xian roared and suddenly took a deep breath. The golden light on his body became extremely dazzling at this moment. Then he suddenly leaped up. However, he only leaped 10 feet before he stomped his feet down. Old Saw roared. His body flashed, and he appeared under Kong Shang Xian's feet. His two palms condensed all of his strength, and he suddenly pushed upward. Boom! Kong Shang Xian's feet suddenly landed on the Old Saw's palms. With a strong recoil, a king-level master and a middle-level revered martial artist, worked together to push him forward. Kong Shang Xian's hand that was holding Yin Wu Fa suddenly turned into a rainbow that shocked the sky. It flew up 300 feet in the air and then slanted for several hundred feet, flying towards Chu Yang's position. Behind him, sonic booms resounded in the air. A wisp of white smoke suddenly spread out. "Protect the minister!" Chung Ong screamed and jumped up from the ground. He didn't care about the blood and flesh on his back. He screamed and rushed towards Chu Yang with all his might. Whoosh! Kong Shang Xian's body had already reached the highest point. If he flew any further, he could only fall. At this moment, Kong Shang Xian warmly looked at Yin Wu Fa in his hand. His eyes emitted deep emotions. Yin Wu Fa crazily screamed, "Second brother! Don't!" Kong Shang Xian turned a deaf ear and suddenly roared towards the sky. In the sky, the throne formed by the golden light suddenly spun like the sun. Then, with a loud bang, it exploded into countless golden stars and then disappeared into the night sky. Kong Shang Xian's body strangely stopped in midair. Then he suddenly flew up 7 or 8 feet. Suddenly he roared, "Brother!" His arms spun like a windmill, and he threw Yin Wu Fa's body out. Just as he made his move, Kong Shang Xian's body suddenly flashed again. Blood crazily spewed out from his mouth. He quickly chased after Yin Wu Fa with both hands and feet. He used an unimaginable speed to chase after Yin Wu Fa, who was flying at high speed. Hundreds of palms continuously landed on Yin Wu Fa's soles. Then he screamed, "Don't let me die with regrets!" Suddenly he spun around and ruthlessly kicked Yin Wu Fa's soles. Whoosh! Behind Yin Wu Fa, there was a series of sonic booms as he flew away at high speed. He was like a meteor flashing in the night sky. In just a few moments, he was already more than 1,000 feet away and could no longer be seen. This is the last move of a king-level master, turning into a golden light. At this moment, I am the king. It is to shatter one's own soul. No matter how injured a king-level master is, in this short period of time, he can use the explosion of his soul to double his strength. Jimo's face was heavy as he said, "This move is invincible." And this king-level expert used this trick to help his own brother escape. Chu Yang sighed and said, "Even if they are enemies, this brotherly love is truly touching. I am envious." Gmo nodded. At this moment, a golden light flashed in the sky. A loud roar sounded, "King of Hell Chu, give me your life." Kong Shang Xian used the last of his power to suddenly descend from 400 feet in the sky toward Chu Yang. "King of Hell Chu, give me your life." Old Saw was on the ground, but he also mustered the last of his strength and rushed toward Chu Yang without regard for his own life. Yin Wu Fa was not out of danger yet. Only by creating more chaos here would Yin Wu Fa have a chance to escape. Therefore, Old Sa and Kong Shang Xian were fighting with their lives on the line. Countless figures leaped into the air, and a rain of black arrows and spears shot into the sky like meteors. Kong Shang Xian laughed out loud. Jin Ran did not dodge. His eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he rushed toward Chu Yang. At this moment, all of his life force had been converted into one attack. His soul had been shattered, and his golden crown had disappeared. However, he still rushed forward. The sky full of arrows was like 100 rivers converging into the sea as they converged on Kong Shang Xian's body. At first, he was still able to shake them away, but later on they pierced his flesh. A spear was thrown from Jimo's hand. With a whoosh, it pierced through Kong Shang Xian's abdomen. Kong Shang Xian did not slow down and continued to rush forward. He was only 3 feet away from Chu Yang. At this moment, in his eyes, there was no sky, no earth, no enemies, no tens of thousands of soldiers. There was only one person, King of Hell Chu. This was the real King of Hell Chu. Kong Shang Xan did not care about the wounds that others inflicted on his body. It was as if he did not feel anything. He only had one goal, to kill King of Hell Chu. Close. Kong Shang Xian's body was covered with countless arrows as he finally arrived in front of Chu Yang. GMO roared and fiercely stabbed out with his sword. Kong Shang Xian's 7 orifices were bleeding. His hand suddenly shot out. Dang! The sword and the saber collided in the air. GMO roared and spat out blood as he retreated. The shadowless saber and the long sword, these 2 divine weapons, exploded in the air at the same time. Kong Shang Xian's momentum did not decrease as he went straight for Chu Yang. Chu Yang's eyes were as cold as ice. He was waiting for the right moment. He could not dodge. If he dodged, he would lose the geographical advantage. Under the momentum, even if Kong Shang Xian was on the verge of death, he could still kill him. He could only face it head-on. Kong Shang Xian was already an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he could block it, he would be finished. But at this moment, GMO suddenly roared and rushed forward again. His body moved horizontally and blocked in front of Chu Yang. His 2 palms crossed as he attacked. He knew that Chu Yang was only a martial artist. Even if Kong Shang Xian was weakened to this extent, Chu Yang still could not block him. At this moment, he did not know why he was so excited and rushed forward. Kong Shang Xian fiercely rushed forward. Their palms met. Bang! Kacha! Ji-Mo's wrists were broken. Immediately after, Kong Shang Xian's other hand pierced towards Ji-Mo's chest like lightning. Damn it! Kong Shang Xian's eyes were full of anger. He was about to succeed, but a young martial, great master appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, Kong Shang Xian's hatred for GMO surpassed everything else. GMO roared and fiercely kicked out. His heart was cold. He was unable to dodge Kong Shang Xian's palm. If Kong Shang Xian's palm hit, GMO would die without a doubt. A shadow flashed. Chu Yang's indifferent black, robed figure appeared in front of GMO. Bang! Kong Shang Xian's palm, which was supposed to hit GMO's chest, mercilessly hit Chu Yang's chest. At the same time, Chu Yang's left palm hit Kong Shang Xian's chest. His right palm condensed Calamity Sword and suddenly pierced into Kong Shang Xian's heart. Suddenly it twisted. Kacha! Kacha! Kong Shang Xian and Chu Yang, who were at the end of their rope, had their ribs broken. Both of them simultaneously spat out blood and powerlessly flew backwards. Boss! GMO screamed. His eyes immediately turned red. Then he threw himself backwards and used his body as a cushion to catch Chu Yang. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of blood. He endured the pain in his chest and lightly said, "You were willing to sacrifice your life for me. How can I let you die?" GMO was stunned. Chu Yang's words were vague, but he understood the meaning behind them. You treat me as a brother. If you were willing to sacrifice your life for me, I would also be willing to die for you. Kong Shang Xian's body flipped backwards. Blood splattered on the ground, and he suddenly stopped moving. He stood there proudly. His eyes were like sharp swords as he looked in Chu Yang's direction. Chu Yang struggled. He held onto Ji-Mo's shoulder and stood up. His eyes met Kong Shang Xian's from afar. Kong Shang Xian's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. Then he stood there as if he was using all of his strength to slowly move his eyes away and look at the night sky. That was the direction Yin Wu Fa had left in. Kong Shang Xian's eyes were full of longing. He gently let out a breath. His entire body suddenly became still and motionless. "Don't touch him!" Chu Yang shouted at a few soldiers who were about to rush forward. He sighed and said, "He is already dead." Yes, this generation's king-level master, who once dominated the lower three heavens, was no longer breathing, although his eyes were still wide open and his body was still standing. Chapter 188. King-level Master. The old Saw was already covered in wounds and had reached the final stage. Suddenly, he let out a heart-wrenching roar and jumped up. However, he was pierced by hundreds of spears at the same time. While he was still in the air, the battlefield suddenly fell into silence. Looking at the entire area that was in a mess, looking at all the buildings that had collapsed in this battle, everyone felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. Only the fresh blood on the ground was still flowing quietly, even making a slight splashing sound. "It's finally over!" Chu Yang stood up tiredly and muttered, "The price of encircling two king-level masters is actually so heavy." His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. Kong Shang Xian's last attack, even though he was like a lamp without oil, was still enough to almost kill Chu Yang. If that palm had landed on Jimo's body, it would have hit his chest. Chu Yang suddenly stepped forward, and that palm landed on Chu Yang's right chest. His internal organs were shaken, and several of his ribs were broken. Fortunately, Kong Shang Xian's last bit of strength was only at this point. Otherwise, if the Tribulation Sword Spirit did not take the initiative to attack, Chu Yang would not have been able to save his life. Count the casualties. Do your best to chase after the other king-level master who escaped. Chu Yang gave this order. He felt something sweet in his throat and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was on the verge of collapsing. Right now, Chu Yang was very confused. What was Tai Butian doing? Why didn't he come for such a big event? Also, the two shadow protectors were nowhere to be seen. If one of them came, this battle would not have been so tragic. Finally, the battle came to an end. Iron Cloud Citadel also fell into a state of relative peace. The pursuit of the remaining members of Golden Horse Riders Department did not relax. The search inside Iron Cloud Citadel was still ongoing. All of Iron Cloud Citadel's areas leading to Great Zhao were also being searched. However, Chu Yang knew that this would not be of much use. The chances of finding and capturing the king-level leader who had already escaped was simply too small. Right now, Chu Yang was lying on a soft bed, trying his best to heal. Jimo's injuries were much lighter than Chu Yang's. After staying here for a while, Gmo felt uncomfortable. So, Chu Yang had no choice but to send him back to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Gmo didn't say anything when he left. It seemed that tonight's outing with Chu Yang was just an ordinary trip. As for getting injured, it was just a common occurrence for a man of Jianghu. However, his eyes were obviously more dignified and thoughtful. The way he looked at Chu Yang was also more respectful than before. He was no longer so frivolous. These descendants of aristocratic families were all extremely shrewd. It can't be said that I'll be loyal to Chu Yang for saving my life this time. Even if I die, I won't leave him. This is impossible. Moreover, the reason why Chu Yang had gotten injured for him was because Gmo had attacked him first. However, Chu Yang had firmly planted a seed of the word brother in his heart this time. What is a brother? Kong Shang Xian and Yin Wu Fa, who were bathed in blood and fighting in desperate situations, were able to help each other and shed their last drop of blood for their brother. They were the perfect embodiment of the word brother. Kong Shang Xian was a notorious bandit, and Yin Wu Fa was a notorious assassin. There was one more thing: they were both enemies. Plus, they had caused great harm to their own troops. However, their bad reputation and hostile status could not cover up the brotherly love between the two of them. Even though they hated the two of them to the bone, there was no man in the world who did not envy their brotherly love. This is what a brother is. Gmo was deep in thought. When he returned, the sky was already bright. Chu Yang was quietly lying down in Butian Pavilion. His mind was replaying Kong Shang Xian's last move over and over again. That brilliant saber light, the golden crown that exploded in the air. Finally, the gaze that he used to look in the direction that his brother escaped was so meaningful and sincere. Thinking about it, Chu Yang sighed. Such a brother is worthy of being called a brother. For In Wu Fa to have such a brother in this life, regardless of life or death, he would have no regrets. 3 of Chu Yang's ribs were broken. Every time he sighed, he felt a piercing pain. However, this pain made him remember Kong Shang Xian's expression even more clearly. So he sighed again. In the end, Kong Shang Xian died at Chu Yang's hands. The tip of the calamity sword pierced his heart and killed him at that moment. Regarding killing Kong Shang Xian, Chu Yang did not regret it. Witnessing the love between his enemies, Chu Yang felt very moved. But an enemy is an enemy. Minister, Chu could not help but sigh again. Chu Yang's sighs made Wu Qianqian, who was taking care of him, feel very distressed. She could not help but softly advise him, "You are already seriously injured. Why are you sighing like this? Take care of your injuries. No matter how big the matter is, wait until you are better." Hearing her words, Chu Yang sighed again and asked, "Recently, is there any news from the sect?" "No." Wu Qianqian's expression was a little sad. She lowered her head and said, "Father has not sent any news for a long time." Chu Yang sighed softly. His eyes were a little perplexed as he looked outside the window. He softly said, "Every time I am injured, I miss Shiji." Wu Qianqian's hands trembled. She was startled for a while. She looked at Chu Yang's eyes and suddenly became very gentle. She softly said, "Me too. Every time I am injured or sick, I want to stay in my mother's arms and act like a spoiled child. This is human nature." Wu Qianqian suddenly felt that at this moment, Chu Yang was really like a little martial brother of his age. When injured, he would always be weak and emotional. Right now, she could clearly feel that Chu Yang was very lonely. He was like a child who was hurt but could not find his family. He needed her to take care of him and protect him. However, she didn't know that the injuries Chu Yang was talking about were from his previous life. In his previous life, Chu Yang was alone. Every time he got injured, he would curl up in a corner and recuperate by himself. He would always remember how Meng Chao Ren had taken care of him when he was young. Every time he thought about it, his heart would always be filled with endless bitterness and sadness. "Ha ha!" Chu Yang chuckled and said, "But I will not act like a spoiled child." Wu Qianqian coquettishly rolled her eyes at him and said, "You are a man. If you act like a spoiled child, you will become a joke." As she said this, she picked up the medicine that was a little cold. She used a spoon to scoop it up and tasted it. She leisurely sat by the bed and gently said, "Come, take the medicine. Be good and open your mouth." Wu Qianqian's voice sounded like she was coaxing a child. Chu Yang did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior Du will come in a while. It seems that the palace is very busy," Wu Qianqian said. "Why bother Senior Du with such a small injury?" Chu Yang's eyes faintly flashed. At this moment, Minister, His Highness is here. Chun Yutong came in to report. Before he finished speaking, Taibu Tian had already walked in. His face was still calm and indifferent, but the depths of his eyes were filled with fatigue and bloodshot. "Minister Chu, I am sorry. I am late." Taibu Tian stood in front of Chu Yang's bed. The first thing he said was an apology. This was beyond Wu Qianqian's expectations. The first thing the heir to the throne of a country said was an apology. "There is nothing to be sorry about." Chu Yang said casually, "Does His Highness know how many people died in this battle?" "I am sorry. I was really anxious. Last night, the palace suddenly came to report that Father's condition had suddenly worsened. Senior Du said that it might have happened in one night. I left in a hurry. The two uncles also did their best to stabilize father's vitality. It was not until this morning that I found out that such a big thing had happened in the city, and Minister Chu had already completed a major operation. Tai Butian's tone had a touch of guilt. He also understood that if he could have cooperated with Chu Yang at the first moment, then the losses in the battle would have been reduced by at least half, or even more. But in his worry and confusion, although Tai Butian knew that Chu Yang would have a major operation tonight, he still went to the palace first. Sigh. Chu Yang sighed. Tai Butian's attitude of admitting his mistake was very sincere. Chu Yang could not say anything. Besides, this matter could not be said to be Tai Butian's fault. His biological father was seriously ill. He could not possibly ignore it, right? Moreover, Tai Butian went to the palace before Chu Yang arranged the operation. This was even more difficult to blame. The number of casualties of the minister was calculated. Chun Yutong came in again. His expression was much more serious. Yes, how is it? Chu Yang asked. 3,370 soldiers have died in battle. The injured, 113. Chun Yutong said, "This is the military's loss." As for Butian Pavilion, 77 people died in battle and 50 were injured. The guests of the imperial residence, 18 people died in battle and 35 were injured. The Ministry of Justice, a total of 100 people died in battle and 14 were injured. Butian Pavilion's hall leader Chung is seriously injured. The minister is seriously injured. Chun Yutong finished and sighed softly. On the side, Tai Butian sucked in a breath of cold air. 8 people, a total of 8 enemies. 4 of them died under the arrows, and these casualties were basically killed by the hands of the other 4. And among the other 4, 3 of them were even more ferocious. Each of their subordinates took more than 1,000 lives from us. Chu Yang lightly said, "This is the power of experts." Tai Butian's face suddenly turned red. He also had the strength of experts on his side, but they were brought to the palace by him. If the 2 shadows participated in the battle, then these casualties could definitely be rewritten, or even not at all. But they did not. Chu Yang did not say anything, but Tai Butian understood the meaning of Chu Yang's words. Your father is a father. Then, how many fathers do these 4,000 people have? How many are fathers? Chapter 189. Chu Yang closed his eyes tiredly and said indifferently, "Clan Master Qin, you can leave first. Qian, you too." The 2 of them looked at Chu Yang worriedly and finally walked out of the room, knowing that Chu Yang wanted to talk to Tai Butian alone, and this conversation would probably not be pleasant. Watching the 2 of them leave, Chu Yang was silent for a long time. "I am listening," Tai Butian said softly. "I actually didn't want to say anything, but after thinking for a long time, I still have to say it." Chu Yang's voice was a little sharp as he said, "In your opinion, the emperor is critically ill, and as the Grand Empress, you should be by his side to serve him. In your opinion, the emperor's life and death also determine the fate of Iron Cloud, so the Grand Empress needs to be present. You need to use your greatest strength to treat the emperor's illness. This is very reasonable. As a woman, it is understandable for anyone to make such a decision." Chu Yang said quietly, "But you must never forget that you are also a ruler." These reasons can be said very well in any other place and can be understood by others, but they can't be said in the army. Chu Yang said heavily. Tai Butian suddenly looked up, wanting to say something, but Chu Yang didn't give him the chance to speak, quickly cutting him off. The army respects orders. Soldiers in the army, even if their parents are lying on the bed with only one breath left, as long as the army orders to gather, they will immediately set off and rush to the battlefield. If they are late by even a moment, their heads will roll. Military law is merciless. Military law doesn't give any reasons. Whether the father or mother is seriously ill, they can only obey orders. Chu Yang said indifferently, "It was the same last night. With one order, nearly 4,000 people threw their lives away here. Your Highness, what can you compensate them for?" Chu Yang asked sharply. "What can compensate for the pain of a mother losing her son and a wife losing her husband?" Because war is merciless, sacrifices are inevitable. For so many years, millions of men have died on the battlefield and no one said anything. This is a necessary sacrifice. Chu Yang said, however, when unnecessary sacrifices and completely avoidable sacrifices happen, no amount of regret or compensation will help. Tai Batian stood quietly, listening to Chu Yang's words. He knew that Chu Yang was a little emotional today, so he didn't say anything. "Minister Chu, don't you think that your words are a bit harsh?" A shadow guardian appeared and said coldly, "I am not Tai Butian's subordinate." Chu Yang also said coldly, "I'm just helping. What we the Jados are protecting is also the Tai clan's territory. If Tai Butian herself doesn't care, then we don't have to." He narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at Ing. "If the advice is unpleasant to the ears, then your Highness can choose not to listen." "You can also choose to banish me." Tai Butian heaved a long sigh. He waved his hand to stop the shadow from speaking further. He said, "Minister Fei, you should recuperate well today. I am at fault for what happened today. In the future, I will come and beg for forgiveness from the minister." Then he stood up and said, "Minister Chu, take a good rest." When he reached the door, Chu Yang said coldly, "The corpses of the soldiers who died in battle have yet to turn cold. The remnants of the Golden Horse Riders Department had yet to be executed. Your Highness, don't disappoint the soldiers." Tai Butian's body paused at the door. He wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. He sighed and walked out. Chu Yang lay down heavily on the bed. He narrowed his eyes and thought about something. Chu Yang was a little impulsive today. He also wanted to control it, but the moment he saw Tai Butian, he suddenly decided not to control it. Tai Butian was a king, but this kind of mistake was not something a king could make. Of course, he had a legitimate reason, but a legitimate reason did not necessarily mean that it was acceptable. If in the future, when the situation got worse and worse, Tai Butian still persisted in this filial piety that was praised by the whole world, it could lead to an unprecedented chaos in Iron Cloud, a catastrophe, because Tai Shi-chung did not have much longer to live. Whether Tai Butian was willing or not, he had to learn to accept from now on. Using such an extreme method to force a filial son to become a qualified king was cold-blooded. But Chu Yang had no other choice, because if Tai Butian could not change this mindset, then Chu Yang would not see any hope of victory in this ancient war with Diwu Qingro. "Send someone to the palace. As long as Senior Du has time, ask him to come here immediately," Chu Yang ordered coldly. In addition, Qian, go to Heavenly Armament Pavilion immediately and ask Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang to come here. Chu Yang wanted to give a strong dose of medicine, and now he felt that this was the best opportunity. An hour later, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang appeared in front of Chu Yang. "How are your injuries?" Gu Duxing asked with concern. "I won't die yet." Chu Yang smiled. Then his expression became serious, and he said, "Duxing Wushang, there's one thing that I wanted to do after a while. But now, it seems that it must be done immediately. You two can help me with this." "What is it? Just say it." Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang were very straightforward. They were so bored that their bones ached. When GMO returned with his injuries, he bragged a lot. When everyone heard that he went with Chu Yang to do such a big thing, they were very envious. They wished that they could go out and fight as well. "I need you two to help me kill a few people." Chu Yang's eyes flashed coldly as he slowly said, "Perhaps now is the best opportunity to do so." Chu Yang had always been suspicious. Why did Ironcloud Emperor Tai Shi-cheng's condition drag on? Why did it not get worse earlier or later? Why did it suddenly get worse at this critical moment? Why did it get worse to the point where two king-level masters needed to use all their strength to keep him alive? This was too much of a coincidence. If someone said that Du Shiqing had nothing to do with this, Chu Yang would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. And doing these things required time. In a hurry, Du Shiqing could not have done it so accurately. According to his calculations, it should have been some time after Kongshang Xan was injured. Then He Mo retreated from Ironcloud Citadel, and he began to search the entire citadel. It was during this time that Ironcloud Citadel's Golden Horse Riders department realized that there was a big crisis. In order to divert Ironcloud's attention, he used Tai Shi-cheng. At the very least, with Tai Shi-cheng in this situation, Tai Butian and his two king-level masters could be completely restrained. For the already injured Kongshang Xan and Yin Wu Fa, this was undoubtedly the loss of their two biggest muscles. It was because of this that Chu Yang was very dissatisfied with Tai Butian staying in the palace for so long. With Tai Butian's intelligence, he should not have fallen into the enemy's trap, but he did not even think about it and went to the palace. This made Chu Yang realize Tai Butian's biggest weakness. Even though Tai Butian was wise, decisive, and ruthless, there was one thing that made people uncomfortable. He was very emotional. Emotional. This kind of thing might be cute on a woman, but on a man, especially one who was the future emperor of a country, it was very uncomfortable to find this kind of thing on him, if he wanted to influence Du Shiqing. How? Du Shiqing himself would not do this kind of thing, and he would not contact Du Qingrou's people. Chu Yang was very sure of this. Du Shiqing's hatred for Du Qingrou was definitely not fake. Then was it the people around him? The person I want you to kill is... Chu Yang said seriously, do not expose yourself. Don't worry. This is too simple. Dong Wushang laughed and looked forward to it. Gu Duxing gently nodded. His eyes suddenly revealed a sharp murderous intent. Qingyan, he stood in front of the window, feeling cold all over. Last night, after he finished arranging everything, he immediately left. But 2 hours later, there was a large-scale battle. The sound of the fierce battle could be clearly heard from the inn a few miles away. But at that time he could not do anything. He could only try his best to control his subordinates' urge to go help and wait in silence. Kongshang Xan's cry of "Don't let me die with regrets" shook the entire Ironcloud Citadel from its slumber. At that moment, Cheng Yin, he clearly felt that Kongshang Xan was finished. Not long after, Yin Wu Fa's battered and bruised body suddenly came in. He twitched a few times, said a few words, and then fell into a deep coma. Go. Save my second brother. At that moment, Cheng Yin, he felt as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He almost could not control himself. He immediately arranged for people to take Yin Wu Fa away and erase all traces. He knew that the pursuing army would arrive soon. Sure enough, after a short while, the search team arrived in waves. They even tore open the quilt and searched the whole place. When everything finally calmed down, it was already dawn. Yin Wu Fa's injuries were very serious. His life could be in danger at any moment. However, he had already used the Jade Spirit Ginseng once. Using it again would be useless. Qingyan, he could only give him Meng Hun solution. Then, he immediately began to make arrangements to leave. Meng Hun solution could only guarantee 1 month's time. If they could not return to Great Zhao within a month, Yin Wu Fa would die without a doubt. But right now, Ironcloud Citadel was in a state of panic and unrest. All 4 gates were closed to search for spies. How could they leave? Because of this, Qing Yin, he frowned every day. He asked many officials to leave the citadel by doing business, but all he received were apologetic replies. Qing Yin, he thought for a long time, but he could not think of a safe way to leave. From that day on, He did not even dare to use the invisible falcon to send messages. Because there were people watching the sky day and night. The invisible falcon needed a short period of time to fly into the sky before it melted into the void. During that period of time, with the current strict surveillance, he was afraid that someone would find out. Once found out, it would be a disaster. Unable to contact him, Chunyin, he became even more anxious. If Prime Minister Diwu Qingro knew what had happened during this time, how would he react? Chapter 190. Of the 30 experts from Golden Horse Riders Department who came this time, 20 had already died. 3 command horse riders were all dead. Of the 2 king-level leaders, 1 died in battle. If the other one was not sent out, he was also in trouble. This was the biggest loss Golden Horse Riders Department had suffered in the past 10 years. It was the first time that a king-level expert had died outside the sect. Chunyin, he could only imagine how crazy Golden Horse Riders Department would be when they heard this news. Thinking about his own situation, Chunyin, he felt powerless to ask the heavens. He came to Iron Cloud Citadel with a heavy responsibility on his shoulders. But when he came here, he did not do anything and immediately fell into this awkward situation. From the first day he came here, Kong Shang Xian acted without permission and dragged him into a quagmire. Now he was stuck in this quagmire and could not pull himself out. He frowned as he paced around and muttered, "Do I really have to take the risk?" In the afternoon, Du Shiqing arrived late. Right now, Iron Cloud Citadel was in a state of chaos. When Du Shiqing came, naturally all the bodyguards had to follow him. When Fire Saber Great Master Gao Weicheng and the 4 knights arrived at the door of Butian Pavilion, they were stopped. They were politely led to the main hall for tea. Regarding this, Gao Weicheng was indignant and said, "We have known Minister Chu for a long time. Why is it that after using us to climb to a high position in Iron Cloud, you suddenly turn against us? What a despicable person." Gao Weicheng's words caused all of the Butian Pavilion members to angrily stare at him, especially those who had bandages on their shoulders. Their eyes were spitting fire, and they wanted to go up and chop this skinny old man with a mouth full of shit into meat paste. "Sir, I don't care who you are. If you say one more bad word about Minister Chu, I cannot guarantee that you will walk out of here alive." Chun Yutong said with a serious face. Gao Weicheng snorted. His face was full of disdain, but he did not say anything else. At this moment, Chu Yang and Du Shiqing were sitting across from each other in the room. "Senior Du, I want to know what kind of weakness Diwu Qingro has on you." After a while, Chu Yang looked at Du Shiqing fixing his broken bones and slowly asked, "Blackmail." Du Shiqing's hand trembled. "Yes, I'm very curious. With Senior Du's character, how could you be threatened by Diwu Qingro?" Chu Yang said casually, "Especially last night. The monarch's illness was so coincidental. This made me feel even more uncomfortable." "Ah." Du Shiqing looked up at the sky and sighed. After a long silence, he finally said, "My parents, wife, and son are all in Golden Horse Riders Department. My parents are almost 80 years old. The most hateful thing is that my son, who is 23 years old this year, was brainwashed and joined Golden Horse Riders Department as a Silver Horse Rider. And my daughter-in-law is actually a Silver Horse Rider of the Golden Horse Riders Department. Once I make a move, my family will be annihilated." Du Shiqing sighed helplessly and said with a wry smile, "What can I do? Who would truly live for the sake of the world? After all, they are in the minority. Most people live for their parents. Others may not care, but I, Du Shiqing, cannot." Chu Yang was silent. He also sighed. Du Shiqing's matter was definitely a dead end. If it was just his family being held hostage, then this matter would be easy to solve. He could send a few experts and secretly bring them out. Although this matter would be difficult, it was not impossible. But the problem was that his son and daughter-in-law were loyal to Golden Horse Riders Department. This was the root of his stubbornness. Even if they were brought out, they would only be bringing out 2 spies. If Senior Du Shiqing did not betray but went missing, what would happen? Chu Yang probed. If that was the case, then perhaps they would be safe. Du Shiqing smiled bitterly. But how would they go missing? How could it be so easy to fool Du Qingro? It is not that there is no way. Chu Yang gently tapped the edge of the bed with his finger and said casually, Fire Saber Great Master Gao Weicheng. What is his role in Golden Horse Riders Department? Chu Yang's words were very certain. Du Shiqing smiled bitterly and said, Sure enough, I can't fool you. Gao Weicheng is a dark horse rider, but this person likes to be alone. Although his martial arts are not outstanding, his ability to control firepower is not to be underestimated. Plus, Gao Weicheng seems to have come from a mysterious place. There is a huge force behind him. I only know this much. Not necessarily. Mysterious place? Chu Yang sneered and said, Even if Gao Weicheng really came from that place, his identity is only a lowly person. How could someone from that place be so weak? Plus, once he came from that place, there would be many people working together. How could it be just him alone? You know that place? Du Shiqing asked. Yes. Chu Yang pondered and nodded. He asked, Did Gao Weicheng inform you of Golden Horse Riders Department's operation? The other 4 guards. I am not sure. Du Shiqing smiled bitterly and said, I know what you want to do, but this matter needs to be handled carefully. What if the force behind Gao Weicheng is not something you can deal with right now? If we have to be careful in everything, then the best way is to do nothing. Chu Yang said softly, Since we have already done it, even if the sky falls down, we have to go back up. It is not a big deal, Chu Yang said. Du Shiqing sighed deeply. Du Shiqing went back. On the way back, he sat in the carriage with a worried frown. Thinking about Chu Yang's words, he became even more worried. He was not worried for himself, but for Chu Yang. If it worked, then there would be nothing to worry about. But the problem was, would his plan succeed? Would it implicate himself? Especially when Chu Yang said something that made Du Shiqing's hair stand on end. Senior Du, with the monarch's condition, if you don't do anything, how many days can he last? This, I am not sure. If I let him go, I am afraid he will only have 10 days. 10 days? At that time, Chu Yang said thoughtfully, should be enough, right? What does Chu Yang want to do? Senior Du, this Chu Yang really thinks too highly of himself. This is simply intolerable. Gao Weicheng said angrily as he drove the carriage. At that time, when he was in such dire straits, he came to find Senior Du on the surface. He said it was to repay a favor, but in reality he was using Senior Du's reputation to come to Iron Cloud to find a chance to rise up. At that time, he said righteously that he would never enter the bureaucracy. Humph! Now that I think about it, it is simply disgusting. Gao Weicheng's saliva flew everywhere. Don't say any more. Du Shiqing closed his eyes slightly and said lightly, Humph! This bastard, sooner or later he will. What sooner or later? Gao Weicheng did not say. He drove the carriage without saying anything else. The imperial city was already close at hand. The road to the sky was wide and flat. There were patrolling soldiers all around. Logically speaking, this was the safest place. Mr. Du, please come with me to see a patient. Thank you. A faint voice said faintly. His voice was clear and elegant and very courteous. Who is it? Gao Weicheng stretched his neck and asked. In the past few days, as long as he occasionally came out, there were too many people who stopped Du Shiqing to see a patient. Over time, Gao Weicheng had already gotten used to it. It is me. The faint voice said lightly. Senior Du has not spoken yet. "What are you, a coachman, shouting for?" Gao Wei-chung was furious and said, "When you ask someone to see a patient, you must be polite. What kind of attitude is this?" As he said this, he stood up from the carriage and looked around. His face was full of anger. The voice replied, courteous, "I have not learned it yet, but for disobedient people, I have already learned how to kill." Before he finished speaking, a jet black saber light appeared in broad daylight and turned into a lightning bolt that struck Gao Wei-chung. After the saber light flashed, a faint shadow suddenly appeared. Another shadow with a shining sword came out from under the carriage. With a swoosh, the 4 guards' throats were cut and they were thrown in 4 different directions. Then this person entered the carriage and said faintly, "Senior Du, saving a patient is like putting out a fire. Come with me." With a boom, the roof of the carriage was pierced through. A masked man in black, with one hand carrying Du Shiqing, flew out of the hole and landed on the roof of the carriage. Then, with a kick of his feet, he flew out like a big bird. Using the roof of a house on the side of the road as leverage, he disappeared without a trace with a whoosh. At this time, Gao Wei-chung was already out of breath from the saber that was as dark as night. If he did not crazily throw out fire, his head would have already fallen to the ground at this moment. Seeing that Du Shiqing was taken away, Gao Wei-chung turned pale with fright. He wanted to rush forward to stop them, but the saber technique of the masked man in black was very flexible. His body did not land on the ground, but Gao Wei-chung was already in a difficult situation. He could not free his hands and could only watch as Du Shiqing was taken away. "Someone come quickly. Senior Du has been taken away." Gao Wei-chung was in a hurry and did not care about face. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "This is a saber great master." The masked man in black coldly sneered, "You have really lost the face of a saber great master." It was clear that this masked man in black was also a saber great master. Gao Wei-chung's screams spread far and wide. Immediately, the surrounding troops began to gather. "I originally wanted to play with you, but I did not expect that you would not even care about face. You might as well not even care about your life." The masked man in black suddenly shouted and pulled back his saber. In an instant, it was as if all the air in the area was sucked out by his saber and turned into a vacuum. Then the saber, as dark as night, came down with a swoosh. This saber did not have any fancy moves, but it was very imposing. It made people feel that even if there was a mountain in front of them, this saber would still be able to split it. Moreover, this saber did not hold back. It seemed that no matter what was in front of it, after splitting it, it would not stop. It would continue to slash downwards and split the earth in 2. Gao Wei-chung only felt that the opponent's saber was firmly locked onto him. For a moment, it was difficult for him to even use his saber. He could not help but be scared out of his wits. Suddenly he screamed. The saber in his hand and the 7 orifices on his face suddenly spewed out fire. Chapter 191. So this is the fire saber great master. The man in black snorted coldly. His saber's aura changed 4 times. With a schwa sound, the oncoming fire was split in half by this saber. Then his saber slashed the ground with a schwa sound. Using the rebound from the saber, the man in black somersaulted into the air. At this time, the first wave of arrows came down like a waterfall. The man in black did not make a sound. His saber was in the air. With a schwa sound, his body changed direction and avoided the arrows. He landed on top of the wall and disappeared without looking back. Gao Wei-chung still maintained his saber-slashing posture. His 2 eyes stared fiercely in front of him. His 7 orifices were still spewing out fire. Then the fire suddenly disappeared without any warning. Gao Wei-chung's eyes slowly became unfocused. He turned a deaf ear to the people who rushed over and asked him questions. He did not respond at all. Immediately after, a thin line of blood slowly appeared on his forehead. The line of blood slowly spread out, and then with a swoosh it spurted out. Gao Wei Cheng's standing body suddenly split into two halves, like a watermelon that was cut from the middle, and fell to the ground with a plop. His entire body maintained perfect balance. From head to crotch, it was split into two halves. The two halves of his body neatly formed the word "one" on the ground. His internal organs spilled all over the ground. There were screams all around. Many soldiers were so scared that their weapons fell to the ground. Then one by one they turned around and vomited. Du Shiqing's bodyguards were all dead. Fire Saber Great Master Gao Wei Cheng died in battle. Divine Doctor Du Shiqing disappeared. Moreover, the most ironic thing was that this happened right in front of Iron Cloud Citadel's royal palace. In fact, it was not even 100 feet away. This kind of thing was like pouring oil on the already boiling Iron Cloud Citadel. It completely blew up. Tai Butian lost his usual calmness and became furious. He ordered a search of the entire citadel. King of Hell Chu lost his usual gloominess and became furious. He ordered, "Even if we have to turn over all the rat holes in Iron Cloud Citadel, we must find Divine Dr. Du." All the officials in Iron Cloud Citadel were furious. They spontaneously organized their guards to participate in the search. Tai Longcheng, who was still on the front lines, was furious. He ordered the military to search with all their might. In just a moment, Iron Cloud Citadel began to shake as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Iron Cloud Citadel is now in a state of chaos that cannot be described in words. You're right. You've just killed a king, Level Master. Iron Cloud Citadel is now in a state of chaos. The craziest of them all was King of Hell Chu, Minister Chu. Under the mobilization of Butian Pavilion, King of Hell Chu's eyes behind his mask became blood red. He glared fiercely at his 200 subordinates and said through gritted teeth, "Senior Du Shiqing is a godly doctor of his generation, and I owe him a great favor. This time, I don't care who took Mr. Dean. In short, I must make him pay. Unbearable price. I want to let these daring thieves know that there are some things that they can't do. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Now, the biggest suspect is the remaining members of the Golden Horse Riders Department in the city. These bastards must have been driven to desperation and committed such atrocious acts. Now I give the order." Chang'an, Minister Chu's roar shook the entire Butian Pavilion. Dust began to fall from the roofs. Subordinate is here. Hall Leader Chung, who had not recovered from his serious injuries, stepped forward. "My order." King of Hell Chu's crazy eyes flickered with a hysterical rage and an unconcealable, murderous intention. Everyone who saw him shuddered in fear. Fierce Blood Hall must stop the new murderers. Everyone must be mobilized at once. If you can't find Mr. Dean, Chang'an, think about the consequences. Yes. Chang'an's thin face was dripping with sweat the size of soybeans. Qin Yutong, Minister Chu roared again, and the entire hall shook 3 times. Subordinate is here. Chen Yutong trembled as he came out. "My order. Heavenly Secrets Hall, stop the new training. Everyone move out. All the intelligence networks, move out. All the connections, use them all. All of them. That all of them. That and that." King of Hell Chu excitedly slapped the table. "Do you understand?" Qin Yutong fainted. The first hall master really wanted to ask, "Minister, what is that? What is that?" L, ref equals and quo. RG equals and quo. Underscore BLNK equals and quo. And G. However, Hall Leader Chin didn't have the guts to do so. So he stood up straight and said in an imposing manner, "Minister, this subordinate completely understands." "Good. If you can't do it, you should think about the consequences." Minister Chu pointed with his right hand. Move out immediately. Yes. Qin Yutong's face was firm. He walked out the door with firm steps. He thought to himself, wait until Minister Chu's anger subsides. I have to go in again and ask what that is. Otherwise, I have already said it clearly. If I can't finish playing, then I will really pass down my order. King of Hell Chu's thunderous roar came from the main hall. Capital Imperial Guards, 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 Capital Justice 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 Imperial Guards. Even if these bastards turn into bedbugs, dig them out and chop them into pieces. This murderous aura, this Qin Yutong wiped the sweat off his face and quickly walked out. I should hide first. Tai Butian was rushing to Butian Pavilion. Tai Butian's intuition told her that this matter had something to do with King of Hell Chu, but she could not describe what she was feeling. Just as she arrived at Butian Pavilion, she saw a group of people wiping their sweat in fear. They walked out one by one, their faces pale and sweating. What's wrong? Grand Elder asked. Before he finished speaking, a crashing sound was heard from inside. With a sudden sound, a broken table flew out and fell into the courtyard, breaking into pieces. Immediately a furious roar was heard. Bastard! Bastard! This is the biggest joke in the world. The divine doctor was robbed in front of the imperial city. What are all of you doing? The country's salary is feeding you fat, motherfucker. You just take the money and don't do anything. This iron cloud must be cleaned up. It must be seriously reorganized. Everyone jumped in fright. Clean up? You've almost killed them all. This Butian Pavilion. It must be cleaned up. I don't want any of these vermin. Crush them to death. Minister Chu's angry voice came out from inside, accompanied by the crashing sound of things being smashed. Everyone shuddered as Feng Xian ran out of the room in fear. Cleaning up the bureaucracy, if it was not serious, it would only result in imprisonment. But cleaning up Butian Pavilion, it was a dead end. Hurry up and get to work. What the hell? Phut! King of Hell Chu was still cursing. Tai Butian listened with a calm face for a while and finally walked in. Your Excellency the Minister, please calm down for the time being. Nonsense. How can I calm down after this? Do you know how embarrassing this is? Grand Elder? Minister Chu yelled halfway before he realized that the person he was yelling at was the Grand Elder. For a moment, he could not help but feel awkward. Tai Butian stood quietly and looked at Chu Yang. After a long time, he slowly said, Minister, what do you think about the disappearance of Divine Dr. Du? I am very angry, Chu Yang said. For something like this to happen in the most important place in Iron Cloud Citadel, it is simply shocking. Chu Yang's tone was heavy. Well, if Senior Du is not found, I am afraid there is no hope for my father's illness. Tai Butian's voice was trying hard to control his emotions, but the sadness and helplessness were clear. Chu Yang sighed and lowered his head. Then he raised it up and looked at Tai Butian. I am very angry that Senior Du is missing. But when it comes to the Emperor's illness, please forgive me. I have a different view. Tai Butian was silent. He also looked at Chu Yang's eyes without blinking and said, Oh, these days Du Xianyo came here. I also talked to him about the Emperor's illness. Chu Yang sighed and said, Senior Du once said that the Emperor's current illness has reached the point where he is like a lamp that has run out of oil. Every time he took a breath, he would suffer great torment. Mr. Du's treatment of the Emperor is not a treatment at all, but a stimulation of the Emperor's pain as much as possible, using this pain to maintain the Emperor's breath and consciousness. Chu Yang said indifferently, Senior Du once said that when the Emperor was conscious, he begged Senior Du countless times to stop treating him and to let him die quickly. At this point, Continuing to live is tantamount to the greatest torture in the world. At this time, if you forcefully keep him alive out of filial piety, it is no longer filial piety, it is making him beg for death. Don't say any more. Tai Butian suddenly shut her eyes tightly and let out a shrill roar. His chest rose and fell rapidly. After a long time, 2 clear tears flowed from his eyes, slid down his cheeks, and dripped to the ground. He did not wipe them away. How can I not know what you are saying? Every time I see my father struggling in pain, how can I feel good in my heart? Tai Butian murmured. Don't I know that my father is living a life worse than death? Don't I know that he yearns to end his life immediately? My father was originally a hero of the world, but now he doesn't even have the strength to end his life with his own hands. How sad is this for a hero? Tai Butian wiped his tears fiercely and suddenly said in a low voice, But have you ever thought about me? Chapter 192. You're not me. You don't know how I feel. Tai Butian gritted her teeth. Although it was painful, as long as there was a breath, there was hope. Although the hope was slim and even laughable, there was still hope. I feel that every day is still full of hope. 17,000 years ago, when we were still eating raw meat and drinking blood, the first emperor of the First Empire, the emperor of the Oracle Empire, was on the verge of death. All the miracle doctors said that there was no way to save him. But at the last moment, a strange man came. With a heavy pill, the emperor recovered immediately. The emperor's injuries were much more serious than my father's. Tai Butian reached out and grabbed Chu Yang's collar. She hissed. He was the emperor. My father was also the emperor. But why didn't anyone send a heavy pill to my father? Why? Why? Heavy pill. Chu Yang felt like his heart was hit hard by a big hammer. That's right. It's the heavy pill. The truth of this matter has always been buried. No one has dared to speak out. Only the ancient records of the royal family have recorded bits and pieces of it. But it's precisely because of the royal records that there are no mistakes. Tai Butian roared angrily. Why didn't it happen when it came to my father? Chu Yang was speechless. He didn't know that there was such a thing. A heavy pill had actually appeared 17,000 years ago. That was to say, there was once a tribulation sword master 17,000 years ago. Only the tribulation sword master could produce the heavy pill. Everyone knows that my father is better off dead than alive. But even if we don't talk about family ties, if we talk about the political situation, if I let my father die, am I still human? Who will fight for Iron Cloud? Because Iron Cloud has such a heartless emperor. Who will be willing to fight for him? What conscience does a person who doesn't even care about his own father have? What right does he have to make others risk their lives for him? I don't want to think about this. It's too cruel, but I can't not think about it. Do you think that I, Tai Butian, want to be the emperor? Do you think that I really care about the throne? Do you think I really don't care about the world and the lives of the soldiers? Tai Butian glared at Chu Yang furiously. You were born in the wilderness. How much do you know about such politics? You only know what you should and shouldn't. But do you know that there is a clear line between what should and shouldn't? Tai Butian roared. Everything that seems to be a golden rule to all of you is a grave mistake when it's me who's doing it. As the emperor, millions of people are watching me. What do I have to do? I also want to ignore everything and just go to sleep, but I can't. I also want to work when the sun rises and rest when the sun sets. You know, that kind of civilian life is my dream, but I will never be able to get it. Even if Iron Cloud Nation is destroyed, I will not have it. Do you understand? Tai Butian said heavily, I'm very tired. I'm tired to death every day. But when I think about it, my imperial father is lying there. My imperial father is still there. He is still looking at me, looking at his son, working hard for Iron Cloud Nation. I don't feel tired. Do you understand this feeling? Father Emperor's birth. Well, from a small point of view, I lost my father. But from a large point of view, it concerns the life and death of millions of people within 13 million li of ironcloud. Tai Butian's voice slowly lowered. And now, the disappearance of Divine Doctor Du has caused my imperial father to lose all hope. I also don't want Divine Doctor Du to go missing, and I also don't want anything to happen to the Emperor. Chu Yang slowly poured himself a cup of wine and said, but there is one thing that, as the Emperor, as the actual Emperor, even if it is cruel, you have to see clearly. This matter for Ironcloud is beneficial and not harmful. That's right. Tai Butian's voice was very cold. For a long time, I, the Emperor of Ironcloud, have exercised my authority as the Emperor, but it has always been wrong. One country having two emperors is also a big taboo. With my imperial father gone, for Ironcloud's imperial court, whether it's the military or the government, whether it's those who originally opposed me or those who agreed with me, they have to take a step further. For Ironcloud, this is indeed beneficial and not harmful, especially in such an intricate and complicated situation where the country could be destroyed at any moment. Such a situation is indeed a good thing. Tai Butian smiled coldly. But who would have thought that this is how I feel? Have you thought about it? Tai Butian went straight to the point. Have you thought about it? Chu Yang was dejected and speechless. I'm not the kind of ambitious and ruthless person who has too much power, Tai Butian said quietly. He turned around, his thin shoulders trembling. At this moment, this Emperor Butian, who had always been wise and calm, actually looked so pitiful. I'm going to the palace. During this time, I'll have to trouble Minister Chu. Tai Butian took a deep breath and said, whether it's the compensation for the soldiers who died in battle, the search for spies, or the search for Divine Dr. Du's whereabouts, I believe Minister Chu will do a good job. Tai Butian turned around and said softly, my father only has a few days left. No matter what, I will take care of him. Even if the country is destroyed because of this, I will not hesitate. After he finished speaking, he quickly walked out. When he reached the door, he stopped and said softly, Chu Yang, if Du Shiqing is not found, I will hate you. I will hate you for a lifetime. Tai Butian was not stupid. Du Shiqing walked out of Chu Yang's place and then disappeared. How could he not be suspicious? But he said, I hate you and not I will kill you. This was somewhat thought-provoking. After he finished speaking, Tai Butian's figure disappeared from the door. Chu Yang stood at the door in a daze, looking outside. If someone could see his face behind the mask, they would be able to see that there was a fierce struggle on his face. Right now, Tai Shiqing's life was worse than death. Dying a bit earlier was a kind of relief for him. Moreover, it was a kind of favor. Everyone knew this. Forcefully dragging him out to prevent his death was too cruel for this once mighty monarch. This was also something everyone knew. Letting Tai Shiqing die at noon was not a sad thing for the entire country of Ironcloud, but a kind of relief. Plus, Ironcloud's political power would become more stable, and Tai Butian's position would finally be legitimate. For the war between the two countries, there was no more hidden worry. This was a great thing. Plus, Chu Yang choosing to let Du Shiqing disappear at this time was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. First, Du Shiqing was safe. Second, Ironcloud Citadel was in chaos. There were still remnants of Golden Horse Riders Department left. This way, they could increase their search efforts. Most importantly, at this time, Golden Horse Riders Department's strength was greatly reduced. Of the 2 king-level leaders, one was dead and the other was seriously injured. The 3 command horse riders were all dead. Golden Horse Riders Department's power in Ironcloud was weakened to the lowest point in history. Plus, it had not been long since Tang, Ascension, and the other spies were caught. Golden Horse Riders Department did not have enough time to reorganize. Tai Shi-cheng's death at this time was definitely outside of Diwu Qing's expectations. In Chu Yang's opinion, Diwu Qing might not even have enough time to react. This was because the people of Golden Horse Riders Department in Iron Cloud Citadel would not dare to contact Great Zhao. Like this, Diwu Qing's eyes were closed. As long as he did not know, or if he knew too late, then he would be able to smoothly pass through the chaos caused by Tai Shi-cheng's death in his previous life. This would quietly eliminate the greatest crisis of Iron Cloud, second only to Tai Butian's death. This was a good thing for Tai Shi-cheng, for Iron Cloud Citadel, and for millions of people. So many good things, so many benefits. But Chu Yang did not think about Tai Butian. He did not think about this problem from Tai Butian's point of view. Or maybe he thought about it, but ignored it. But now, Tai Butian's reaction made Chu Yang feel guilty. It made him start to think about what was right and wrong. His decision was not wrong, but he needed to reflect on his motives. No matter what, this caused a certain amount of harm to Tai Butian. Regardless of whether his motives were benevolent or selfish, at least if he said he felt guilty, then he would be letting Tai Butian down. Thinking about this, Chu Yang suddenly had a feeling. I want to change fate and change the world. Am I thinking too much from a selfish point of view? Thinking about this, Chu Yang became alert. He did not regret today's decision, but he set a rule for himself. In the future, when making a decision, he would think about it as much as possible. This was because he was afraid that he would regret it in the future, or at a certain time when he thought about something, his conscience would feel uneasy. Chu Yang knew very well that this kind of mental torture was the greatest torture in the world. That kind of guilt was enough to torment a person to the brink of death. Chu Yang did not want to owe this kind of guilt for the rest of his life. In the afternoon, after searching for Yin Wu Fa and the others, there was no news. Chu Yang was about to go back to Heavenly Armament Pavilion when a shadow suddenly appeared in front of him. "The Emperor wants to see you!" "The Emperor wants to see me?" Chu Yang was stunned. That Emperor? "It's the current Emperor." The shadow explained stiffly, "Let's go." Chu Yang did not have time to reply before the shadow suddenly grabbed him. Then Chu Yang felt himself floating out the door. Then he floated out the door and floated to the Imperial Palace. Chu Yang was speechless. "Even if you want to take me away, you should at least tell me first, right? Especially when you take me away and you don't show yourself. Everyone on the street will see me floating like a ghost." This kind of feeling was really depressing. The energy in your body is very strange. When the shadow put him down, he actually said something very strange. He frowned and shook his head. "I have never seen it before." Then, without waiting for Chu Yang to reply, he disappeared. Chu Yang looked around and saw that he was already in the Imperial Palace. Outside a big hall, the air was filled with a strong smell of medicine. Through the tassels, he could vaguely see that Tai Butian was standing very carefully inside. He seemed to be bending over and saying something, but his voice was very low. After a while, Tai Butian turned his head and looked outside the door. He whispered, "Is Minister Chu outside?" Chu Yang said, "It is Chu Yang." Chapter 193. A servant quietly walked over and gently parted the tassels. After Chu Yang went in, he gently put them down and quietly left. From beginning to end, he did not make a single sound. Chu Yang went in and was stunned. In front of him, there was a soft chair. On top of it, there was a person leaning against it. Calling it a person was a bit of a stretch. It would be better to call it a skeleton. This person's entire body, excluding the bones, did not weigh more than half a pound. It could be said that it was a layer of wrinkled human skin stuck on top of a skeleton. On his face, there was not the slightest trace of blood. The only thing that had a bit of light was a pair of muddy eyes that were still flashing with the light of life. It was only when he opened his eyes that people could feel that he was still alive. There was a dark aura that belonged to the dead, faintly emitted from this person, who was still alive. He was wearing a bright yellow robe. This kind of noble robe could not hide the aura of this person. At this moment, his eyes were trying hard to look at Chu Yang. Chu Yang couldn't imagine how a person whose body had already reached such a level could sit up, even though he was just lying down. You are Chu Yang? This person's voice was very low. If one was not careful, one would not be able to hear it. However, the only fortunate thing was that although his words were vague, they could still be understood. Tai Butian was standing behind him with one hand on this person's shoulder. Tears were flowing as if they would fall at any moment. This person was the ruler of Iron Cloud Nation, Tai Shircheng, Tai Butian's biological father. He had been in a coma for a long time. Every time he was in a coma for more than 20 hours. But every time he woke up, it would not be more than 15 minutes. The most tragic thing was that every time he woke up, his mind would be absolutely clear. For a person with a body like this was the greatest torture. It was not as easy as being in a complete state of confusion. However, when he woke up this time and heard that Du Shiqing was missing, this ruler immediately urged Tai Butian to give him dragon spirit incense. Dragon spirit incense was also called soul-returning incense. It could make a person on the verge of death appear extremely excited for a period of time. He supported a dying person to finish what he wanted to say and finish what he wanted to do the most. However, this period of time was very short. Once this period of time passed, the soul flame would be completely extinguished. He was completely dead. Yes, Chu Yang replied softly. He really didn't dare to speak forcefully. No matter how strong this monarch was, it felt as if he wouldn't be able to withstand the vibrations in the air. And no need to be so polite. Tai Shircheng's eyes moved slightly. Come closer, let me take a look. You're standing so far away, I can't see your face clearly. Chu Yang agreed and took a few steps forward. He was only 5 steps away from Tai Shircheng, but he couldn't see him clearly. This monarch's eyesight was more or less the same. Not bad, you are indeed talented. Tai Shircheng smiled. It would have been better if he didn't smile. Now that he did, it was as terrifying as a malicious spirit. Your Majesty is too kind. Butian often talks about you in front of me. Haha, he thinks I can't hear him. In fact, I can hear everything. Tai Shircheng's smile had a hint of pride. He sighed and said, Today is the most relaxed day I've had in 10 years. Behind him, Tai Butian's face clearly reddened and then became pale. In this period of time, I know everything you've done. Tai Shircheng's eyes gradually brightened. Slowly they became sharp. The aura of a monarch slowly spread out from his body and soul. This was the result of the dragon spirit fragrance gradually taking effect in his body. You have done very well. Tai Shircheng's sharp eyes looked at Chu Yang and slowly said, I have told Butian many times that as a monarch he must be ruthless. When it is time to kill, even if it is his own father or daughter, he must kill. There is nothing that cannot be sacrificed. This is the path of a monarch. The path of a monarch is a lonely one with many vicissitudes. However, he has always been somewhat indecisive on this point. Being a monarch is much more tiring than being a normal person. Some people you know should not be killed, but you still have to kill. Some people you can't bear to kill, but you still have to kill. Some things you know are wrong, but you still have to do, because as a monarch, you have to bear all of this by yourself. Even though Tai Shircheng was looking at Chu Yang, these words did not seem to be directed to Chu Yang, but to Tai Butian. A monarch must think about the world, not himself, and definitely not his family. This is the sorrow of a monarch. Who in this world does not have feelings? A monarch also has feelings, but he cannot have them. Therefore, every monarch's heart is lonely and also pitiful and sad. Every monarch's heart has countless debts of conscience. Day and night they torture themselves. Therefore, for generations, the lifespan of a monarch is not. Tai Shi-Ching sighed. It was not known what he was thinking, but his eyes flashed with extreme regret and sorrow. Chu Yang did not know what to say to this dying monarch. He could only remain silent and not say a word. I ascended the throne at the age of 18. In a few years, I trained my soldiers and trained my horses. Looking at all the heroes in the world, no one could compare. This was the result of conquering the south and conquering the north. Just the sight of the wind, swept away by the iron hooves. In just 5 years, I expanded Ironcloud's territory by 1/3. At that time, I was full of ambition. I always felt that the world was in my hands, and this world would eventually be unified by me. Ironcloud was stabilized. Great Zhao realized the threat of Ironcloud and sent troops to attack. At that time, I was in the prime of my life and full of ambition. The sharpness of Ironcloud's armors was unparalleled in the world. Even though Great Zhao had Diwu Qingro, it was difficult for them to resist the strength of my armors. At that time, Ironcloud's army of 500,000 was 400 miles long. They faced Great Zhao's army of 400,000 at Twin Dragon Mountain. I had absolute confidence that I could defeat Diwu Qingrou's army in one fell swoop. Then, with an unstoppable momentum, I would enter the hinterland of Great Zhao. After destroying Great Zhao, I would use the power of thunder to swallow limitless nation. I would complete the dominion of lower 3 heavens. Tai Shi-Cheng's voice slowly turned from hoarse to impassioned. His face also gradually turned red. His eyes suddenly became domineering and awe-inspiring. It was as if he was recalling the days when he led millions of soldiers to conquer the world. However, at the beginning of the decisive battle, we were suddenly attacked by suicide soldiers. 30 revered martial artists sneaked into the camp and tried to assassinate me. However, this was not enough. There was also a mysterious archer who shot an arrow at me from 100 feet away. Tai Shi-Cheng's eyes revealed a powerless hatred. It was that arrow that dragged my life from the peak to hell. The poison on the arrow had no antidote. In that battle, without a leader, the army was defeated. I retreated back to Ironcloud Citadel like a turtle and lingered on my last breath until today. Tai Shi-Cheng's voice gradually became low. 10 years ago I should have died. Only now did I die. I really made them wait for too long. Tai Shi-Cheng sighed and closed his eyes. 2 streams of tears quietly rolled down his face. Chu Yang quietly said, "Your Majesty, do you have any unfinished business?" Right now, to say things like "Your Majesty's body is in good health and you can relax your heart" is not only inappropriate but also stupid. Chu Yang knew that if Tai Shi-Cheng wanted to see him, it was not just to say a few words. If he wanted to say something, there were so many officials he could say it to. Why did he have to say it to someone he met for the first time? Unfinished business. There are too many. Too much Tai Shi-Cheng's body suddenly trembled. His voice was filled with extreme disappointment and regret that his ambition had not been fulfilled. Unfinished business is Ironcloud. Tai Shi-Cheng sighed. Tai Shi-Cheng sighed and suddenly asked, "Minister Chu, as a dying man, I ask you to stay in Ironcloud. Is that possible?" Chu Yang was startled and raised his head to look at him. Bu Tian, this child, has the heart and temperament to be a king. He has plenty of strategy, but not enough ruthlessness. Tai Shi-Cheng's skeletal eyes looked deeply at Chu Yang. Minister Chu is decisive and efficient. You can perfectly make up for Bu Tian's lack of ruthlessness. The 2 of you together are a pair made by the heavens. Tai Shi-Cheng's voice was a little strange. "I am very sorry, but I cannot stay." Chu Yong was silent for a while before replying apologetically. If you stay, I can make the decision to betroth my only daughter to you. Tai Shi-chung stared at Chu Yong and said, Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. You marry my daughter, and from then on you will be the regent of Iron Cloud Nation. You'll have absolute power, and you will be at the pinnacle of power. Behind him, Tai Butian lowered his head. He gently bit his lips and said, Father! Minister Chu, your daughter is the #1 beauty of Iron Cloud Nation. Tai Shi-chung did not pay attention to Tai Butian. He only looked at Chu Yong. She will have the pinnacle of power and wealth as her dowry. Are you willing to stay? The #1 beauty, the pinnacle of power, and the riches and honor of the nation. Chu Yong smiled bitterly. This is indeed an irresistible temptation. It's not small, but this Chu's heart belongs to someone else. Moreover, my lifelong ambition is not to stay in the lower 3 heavens. Chu Yong smiled. Your Majesty's good intentions. I can only thank you in my heart. Tai Shi-chung's sunken eyes suddenly shot out 2 sharp rays of light. After a long time, he said weakly, Good, good. You are indeed king of Hell Chu. He coughed twice and said casually, Minister Chu, I want to ask you something. You must answer truthfully. Chapter 194. Chu Yong pondered for a moment. After weighing the pros and cons in his heart for a long time, he said, I know about Mr. Du's disappearance. Tai Butian's countenance changed drastically. He had already had this guess and premonition in his heart a long time ago. But now that Chu Yong had personally said that he knew, it still shook him to his core. Tai Shi-chung, on the other hand, smiled with satisfaction and said, Only knowing. Chu Yong was silent for a while and said, I only know. I also did not think that Senior Du would disappear so quickly or so coincidentally. In the end, Chu Yong still chose to keep it a secret. Oh! Senior Du said that staying in Iron Cloud is his greatest danger. Chu Yong said casually. Yes. Tai Shi-chung and Tai Butian behind him nodded at the same time. Tai Shi-chung chuckled and said, The matter of Du Shi-ching treating my injuries before the 10 most urgent matters. Tai Shi-chung and Butian both know this clearly. Him staying here is indeed a great danger. Chu Yong was shocked. He looked at Tai Butian, and Tai Butian also looked at him with a complicated expression. So, Tai Butian already knew about this matter. Yet, he was able to control himself perfectly even when he was fully aware of the situation, allowing Du Shi-ching to heal his father. The pressure on his heart was unimaginable. If Du Shi-ching could do it the first time, who knows if he could not do it the second time? Continue speaking. Tai Shi-chung's spirit was at its peak at this moment. His Majesty's illness cannot be delayed for much longer. Senior Du said that even if he tried his best, His Majesty could only be delayed for 2 more months. At that time, Du Shi-ching will definitely die. Chu Yong said casually. Yes, whether it is Butian or Diu Qingro, at that time they will not let him go. Hearing Tai Shi-chung's words, Chu Yong could not help but stare at him. This sickly king had already foreseen what would happen in the future. If we do not kill Du Shi-ching, we will not be able to answer to Iron Cloud. But if we kill Du Shi-ching, the consequences will be unimaginable. Du Shi-ching's death will be a great help to Diu Qingro. This will be his lifetime of medical connections. Yes. This Chu has received news that if His Majesty passes away, Diu Qingro will begin his grand scheme. At that time, Iron Cloud will be in chaos. Diu Qingro had a great chance of succeeding. Even if it doesn't work, Iron Cloud's vitality will be greatly damaged. Tai Shi-chung pondered for a moment and slowly said, That's right. At that time, it was indeed Ironclad's greatest crisis, and the only way to resolve that crisis is to fight to the death. But I've told Butian many times, but he turned a deaf ear. Mr. Dean's disappearance has caught everyone off guard. Although I am aware of it, I still feel that it is too sudden. Chu Yang said solemnly, however, after this matter passed, I realized that we were caught unprepared. I'm afraid Diwu Qingro was even more caught unprepared. Well said, Tai Shicheng praised. Now I can finally be at ease. He paused and said sternly, Butian, no matter what happens in the future, you must not make things difficult for Minister Chu. Minister Chu is a far-sighted person. He will definitely be your greatest help. Tai Butian sadly closed his eyes. After a long time, he softly agreed. After I was injured, I wanted to take care of myself. But at that time, Butian was still young, and I was worried. So I forced myself to hold on. Later on, I could not die even if I wanted to. Tai Shicheng said happily, Now that Minister Chu is here, I can finally rest assured. I have been waiting for this day for more than 3 years. It has been very tiring. It has been very tiring, very tiring. Tai Shicheng's expression darkened. The red glow on his face began to fade. The effect of the dragon spirit incense had begun to wear off. Tai Shicheng leaned against the wall. His eyes suddenly became blurred. There was an unspeakable longing and yearning in them. He murmured, Empress, I will be reunited with you soon. All these years have you ever blamed me? Lian Meng Qing'er? Tai Shicheng murmured the names of his beloved wives and daughters that he had killed with his own hands. Suddenly, sorrow came from his heart. He suddenly cried out, I want to die. I want to die. I want to ugh. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. As a king, everyone saw his honor and glory, but who knew how much a king had to endure? The pain of this king in front of him was something that normal people would not even dare to imagine. If there is an afterlife, the light in Tai Shicheng's eyes became dimmer and dimmer. He murmured, The road to becoming a king is long and full of blood. The country is always in my heart, but I have no choice but to sweep away my tears with a butcher's knife. My beloved wives and daughters are wronged souls. In this life, I do not go far on the road to the underworld. In the next life, I will abandon my roots. I will not go far. Tai Shicheng smiled weakly and said, Love to rise, but don't rise. His eyes suddenly emitted a very bright light. He was happy and elated. It was as if he could see his beloved on the road to the underworld. Waiting to be reunited with him then, the light in his eyes suddenly went out. This king was still in his original position, but there was no longer any life in his body. The ruler of Iron Cloud Nation, Tai Shicheng, died today. Imperial Father, don't leave me behind. Tai Butian let out a shrill cry, her eyes suddenly widening in despair. She hugged Tai Shicheng's thin body tightly and used her face to rub desperately against her father's face, as if she wanted to pass the warmth of her body to her father. Then he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and softly fell down. His eyes were closed and he was unconscious. Chu Yang sighed. Chu Yang sighed sadly. He didn't know what to feel as he watched the emperor finish his life's journey in front of his eyes. He thought back to what Tai Shicheng had just said. Lian ascended the throne at the age of 18. Within 10 years, he trained his troops and trained his horses. Looking at all the heroes in the world, there was no one who could match him. Conquering the south and conquering the north, he was invincible at the mere sight of the wind. Wherever he pointed, the ice melted. In just 5 years, he expanded Ironclad's territory by 1/3. At that time, Lian was full of ambition. He always felt that the world was in my hands, and the world would eventually be unified by me. Wherever he pointed, he was invincible at the mere sight of the wind. Wherever he pointed, the ice melted. How majestic was this? How domineering was this? Looking at the body in front of him now, so thin that only his bones were left. Such a strong contrast made one's heart ache. The deepest pain in this king's heart was probably that he killed his own empress and his own daughter with his own hands. Even in death, he still could not forget. But at that time, why did he act so viciously? This reason, even in death, he did not say. If this was a secret, then Tai Shi-chung had undoubtedly brought this secret to his grave. In this life, he did not go far on the road to the underworld. In the next life, he would abandon his roots of riches and honor. He would not step on the rainbow-colored path of the cold sky. He would live a carefree life in the mountains and rivers. A king, before he died, left behind these words, "I will live a carefree life in the mountains and rivers." This made one sigh even more deeply. This throne, who knows how many people in the world dreamed of sitting on it? But the one who actually sat on it left behind such sentiments and wishes before he died. Wasn't this a huge irony? This king, when he was on the verge of death, did not summon his ministers to carry out the matter of entrusting his children to Tai Butian. It was obvious that he was very confident in Tai Butian. Furthermore, by not doing so, he had also given Tai Butian an extremely clear hint: in the future it will be your world. Chu Yang quietly retreated. Along the way, he did not let anyone stop him. He knew that Tai Butian urgently needed someone to accompany him. But this person could not be him. Tai Butian hated him too much right now. He could only wait until he had endured this period of pain. But no matter what, Tai Shi-chung had died at this time, half a year earlier than in his previous life. Moreover, the harsh winter was about to arrive. The border would be stable for a period of time. In this kind of weather, Diwu Qingro would not have the time to do anything. This meant that Iron Cloud's biggest crisis had quietly passed. But walking on the road, Chu Yang felt as if his heart was filled with lead. He did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Walking out of the palace, Chu Yang's heart was heavy. Suddenly, he felt a chill on his face. "It's snowing! It's snowing!" Somewhere, there was a cry of surprise. Chu Yang looked up and saw the fluttering snowflakes gently falling down. In an instant, the whole world became misty. Right now, late autumn had just passed, and it was only the beginning of winter. Iron Cloud Citadel's first snow had already fallen so early. Chu Yang walked quietly on the road. His body slowly turned snow-white, and the ground was also covered in a layer of white. The snowflakes that fell first quickly melted, but the snowflakes that fell later also scrambled to cover the traces of melting. Slowly, the ground became silvery white. Within half an hour, heaven and earth became covered in a layer of silver. Chu Yang breathed in the cold air. He felt his almost frozen thoughts become active in an instant. He turned back to look at the majestic imperial city. It stood quietly in the white snow. He was speechless. It was as if they were silently mourning the passing of a king. No matter what, today we have finally entered a new era. Chu Yang thought to himself. Then he took large strides and walked toward Heavenly Armament Pavilion, heavy snow. Chu Yang's thoughts became clear. It was as if his heart was following the fluttering snowflakes and melting into the endless sky. Creaking sounds came from under his feet. Chu Yang suddenly remembered. In his previous life, Qing Wu used to love snow the most. Every time it snowed, she would always quietly stand in the snow with an umbrella in her red dress. At that time, it was the most peaceful and beautiful memory in Chu Yang's heart. That kind of elegance, that kind of beauty. Every time Chu Yang thought about it, his heart trembled. "Qing Wu, what are you doing right now?" Chu Yang's figure finally disappeared into the wind and snow, even though Tai Shi-chung had been bedridden for many years, and the people of Iron Cloud were already prepared for his death. His death still shook Iron Cloud. Chapter 195. The three armies were led by three famous generals. Shen Wei General Lu Jian led 80,000 troops to attack from the left. Tian Wei General Yang Lai led 80,000 troops to attack from the right. Valiant bravery General Qinyu, who led 100,000 troops to attack from the left. Three armies, three famous generals, a total of 240,000 troops. Great Zhao's military operation this time could be said to be huge. Plus, it was early winter and the weather was cold. Great Zhao's operation could be said to be crazy. Iron Cloud's Gold Star Citadel and Hanging Pass were in a state of emergency. War reports were constantly coming in. But this time, because of the death of Tai Shi-chung, Iron Cloud was in mourning. Great Zhao's military operation ignited a war craze in Iron Cloud Nation. The people's desire to fight was unprecedentedly strong. Tai Longcheng was guarding the border and could not come back to attend the funeral. Under the great pressure of Great Zhao, he was busy mobilizing his troops. Iron Cloud Citadel welcomed the funeral of the monarch, Tai Shi-chung. Cheng-yin, he had a feeling. At the end of the road, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Tai Shi-chung's death shocked Cheng-yin, and he was caught off guard. He knew that Tai Shi-chung's death meant that Diwu Qingrou's plan was completely disrupted. Everything would have to be rearranged. But there was also a great advantage, and that was that they could finally leave the citadel. These past few days of lockdown had caused Cheng-yin, his hair, to turn white. There was no way to communicate or leave the citadel. Looking at the time passing day by day, Yin Wu-fa, who had taken Meng Hun's solution and was like a corpse, Cheng-yin, he was burning with anxiety. There were dozens of searches every day. Cheng-yin, he did not dare to move. He had no choice but to kill the invisible falcon that was sending messages, because, as long as they flapped their wings, all of their lives would be forfeit. Losing contact was better than losing one's life. With the death of Tai Shi-chung, the curfew was finally relaxed. Cheng-yin, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly applied to leave the citadel. After coming here, he bought a lot of Iron Cloud specialties, especially the ones that could not be stored for long and would rot easily. All of the officials in Iron Cloud Citadel were busy preparing for the monarch's funeral. Why would they care about such a small matter? Cheng-yin, he applied to leave the city and was approved. Therefore, Cheng-yin, he did not waste any time. He gathered all his men and escorted a long carriage out of the South City Gate. He was finally out. When Cheng-yin, he walked out of Iron Cloud Citadel, he could not help but look up at the snowflakes in the sky and take a few deep breaths. These past few days in Iron Cloud Citadel, Cheng-yin, he felt like he was suffocating. He simply couldn't breathe. Now that they were out of the city, they suddenly felt like little birds that had flown out of their cages. From now on, as long as King of Hell Chu is in Iron Cloud Citadel, I will not come back. Cheng-yin, he swore in his heart. But King of Hell Chu didn't give him the slightest opportunity to display his wisdom. It directly blocked all the roads. When Cheng-yin, he arrived at Iron Cloud Citadel, the Hayamo clan had already been used by King of Hell Chu and left. His fist hit nothing but air. As for using his connections with other officials, Cheng-yin, he did not even dare to think about it. As soon as he arrived, he could see that all the officials in Iron Cloud Citadel were in danger. They were all terrified. If his identity was exposed, he was afraid that King of Hell Chu would not even need to give an order. He would be torn apart, alive, by those officials. Then they would take his corpse to King of Hell Chu for a reward. Cheng-yin, he was very sure of this. It would be good enough if he could bring the rest of his men back to Great Zhao. Looking at the riders of Golden Horse Riders Department next to him, Cheng-yin, he wanted to cry. When they arrived, everyone was in high spirits. Now they were all dejected. When they arrived, there were more than 40 people. Now, there were only a dozen people left. Most of them were martial great masters. Only 3 revered martial artists. Everyone else had disappeared from Iron Cloud Citadel forever, looking back one last time at the sorrowful city. "Qingyan," he shouted, "let's go!" The carriage rumbled as it traveled through the snow. Its speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. They were still in Iron Cloud territory. Qingyan, he did not dare to throw away the goods. If he threw them away, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Therefore, even though it was slow, Qingyan, he had to accept it. At Butian Pavilion, Chu Yang frowned. "That's it?" Chun Yutong's face was covered in sweat. He grinned and said, "Yes, that's it." After the gates were opened, there were only a few groups of people who left. Plus, only 2 groups of merchants went south. Chu Yang was a little surprised. How could there be so few? During this time, many people must have gone crazy. There should not be so few. There are still many people waiting to leave. However, they are all from our country. Since they are in Iron Cloud Citadel, they naturally want to attend His Majesty's funeral. Chen Yutong carefully explained. "That makes sense." Chu Yang nodded. "It's about time. Everyone go help with the funeral. Make sure to protect His Majesty well. Do not let anything happen. As for this matter, I will personally take care of it." "Yes." Chen Yutong hesitated for a moment and asked, "Minister, are you not going to attend? This is a bit disrespectful. I should hide. If His Majesty sees me, that would be a great disrespect." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. These days, whenever Tai Butian saw him, he would throw a tantrum. Yesterday, he even wanted to punch and kick him. Chu Yang escaped quickly so that he did not get hit. At this critical moment, why would Chu Yang go and ask for trouble? As long as he did not delay the day of the national funeral, it would be fine. For the rest of the time, he would avoid the limelight as much as possible. Even if nothing happened, Minister Chu would sneak out in the next few days. What's more, he had a legitimate reason to do so. The corner of Chen Yutong's mouth twitched. Even though he knew that he should not laugh about the emperor's death, he still could not help it. Tai Butian and Chu Yang's relationship was really strange. If Tai Butian was really unhappy, he only needed to issue a decree to remove Chu Yang from his position. However, Tai Butian refused to do so no matter what. He even personally went to teach King of Hell Chu a lesson. It was as if he was acting out of spite. Chu Yang said a few words and left in a hurry. Back at Heavenly Armament Pavilion, there were still a few people who did not care whether the Emperor of Iron Cloud Nation was dead or not. Ji Mo's injuries were almost healed. Chu Yang said a few words, and then the 5 people excitedly changed their clothes and followed Chu Yang out of the city. A few days ago, GMO showed his face and made the other people envious. Now, it was finally their turn to come out for some fresh air. Moreover, it was such a snowy day. A group of people wearing snow-white clothes rode a white horse and galloped out of Tai Butian's Yunnan Gate. The soldiers guarding the gate were just about to question them when a card representing King of Hell Chu fell in front of them. They trembled and quickly opened the gate to let them in. The horse dashed out with a splashing sound. "Oh, damn, this weather is too good." Luo Kudi, with a pair of panda eyes, looked up to the sky and sang excitedly. These few days, young Master Luo had been living in darkness. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang would come to him to spar. He was not their match and could only take a beating. Almost every day, he would take an average of 2 beatings. Young Master Luo was thoroughly angry. This morning, he did not wait for Gu Duxing to come. He got up and went to challenge Rue Butong. First, he would pick the soft one. Who would have thought that Rue Butong would throw out a series of strange punches? Young Master Luo was caught off guard. Both of his eyes were hit at the same time. He screamed and turned into a panda. Now that he finally came out for some fresh air, young Master Luo decided to relax. At the same time, he swore in his heart, "Wait until I master my martial arts. The first person I will take revenge on is Gu Duxing. I will beat him 10 times a day. No, 20 times. The second was of course Chuyang, because Rue Butong's strange punches were actually taught by Chuyang. This was simply unbearable. The third was of course Dong Wushang. Young Master Luo was gnashing his teeth every day. Every night, he would sleep with his sore bones and a belly full of fantasies. If this person did not have the ability to fantasize, then he really would not be able to live through this day. GMO and the others all laughed. Even Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, the two famous cold-faced people, laughed heartily. It had to be said that these guys fought together every day. Although there were bruises on their faces every day, the relationship between them was getting deeper and deeper. Men and horses in the wind and snow followed the marks on the ground that had not yet disappeared. They chased all the way without any concealment. Chuyang was very confident, although the people he brought were all martial great masters. Each of them represented the supreme martial arts of a big aristocratic family. In terms of fighting power, they were not weaker than ordinary revered martial artists. Even if a second or third grade revered martial artist fought with them, they were still very confident. The experts of Golden Horse Riders Department were almost all eliminated. Even if they met face to face, Chuyang was not afraid. Not to mention, he still had the Calamity sword in his hand. Therefore, Chuyang was very confident and boldly chased after them. Sections of the journey were left behind. After running for 30 to 40 miles, they saw a long line of horses in front of them, moving quickly in the snow. Gu Duxing snorted coldly. He waved his hand and said, "Luo Kadi, go!" "Why me?" Luo Kadi said discontentedly. "There are so many people idle." "You want me to go?" Dong Wushang turned his head. His eyes were very dangerous. "No, no." Luo Kadi stuttered. "Then you want me to go?" GMO asked very fiercely. "Anyway, I'm not going." Rue Butong raised his nose. "Do you want me to go by myself?" Gu Duxing looked at Luo Kadi majestically. "Or let boss go. You dare to say this?" Luo Kadi glared. He was speechless. After a while, he said dejectedly, "I'll go." For a moment, he hung his head dejectedly. His high spirits just now had flown away. Since he had no choice, young Master Luo was very angry. However, the target of his anger was the long line of carriages in front of them. "It's all because of you. I have no choice but to lose face. You have to pay the price." His legs squeezing the white horse, Luo Kadi rushed out like a gust of wind. He shouted impatiently all the way, "Giddy! Giddy! 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 Giddy!" He rushed to the front of the group of horses and turned his horse around. Then, with a wave of his hand, a large tree by the roadside fell down with a loud boom, blocking the road. Then he turned his horse around and rode on it. Then he waved his hand and a silver light flashed. Chapter 196. It's getting more and more alike. Even this demeanor is similar. The black-clothed man sighed. He turned around and walked 2 steps. Then he suddenly raised his hand, and a wisp of purple light flew towards Chuyang. He said, "You can keep this thing. It can be considered a small gift from me to you." After walking a few steps, he turned back and looked at Chuyang's face. He shook his head and sighed. Finally, he stomped his foot and flew up into the sky. He disappeared in a flash and said, "Goodbye, little one." Suddenly, he disappeared without a trace. Far away, an ethereal voice echoed between heaven and earth. "Going through 1,000 mountains without giving up. Where can I ask for the regrets of my life? Endless road. Autumn every year. Drunk every day. Unable to quench my sorrows." The voice was bleak and there was a faint sense of misery. It echoed in the snow for a long time. Chuyang looked blankly in the direction where he disappeared. He didn't know why, but he actually felt sad. It was as if his entire state of mind was like this snowy weather. It became confused, ethereal, and unreal. He opened his palm and looked. A purple jade pendant lay quietly in his hand, emitting a sparkling light. It was just a pure purple crystal. There were no words engraved on it. He sighed and kept the jade pendant. A question lingered in his heart. Who is this person? Boss, are you okay? Gu Duxing and the others immediately ran over and asked with concern. I'm fine. Chu Yang forced a smile and said, Let's go back. He didn't know why, but Chu Yang suddenly felt very depressed. He silently mounted his horse and waved his hand. The strong horse neighed and galloped into the snow. Gu Duxing and the others looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Without further delay, the 5 of them mounted their horses at the same time and chased in the direction Chu Yang left. The horse galloped and disappeared in a flash. The snow fluttered and fell densely. Not long after, it covered the traces of Chu Yang and the others. The entire ground was white and flat. It was impossible to see where someone had walked, and where the road originally was. A long time after Chu Yang and the others left, the man in green was flying all the way. He was like a ray of light in the snow, constantly flashing and disappearing. He had already gone a long way. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly and muttered, Something is still not right. He stood in the snow and thought carefully. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and muttered, You really have a pig's head. How could a mere martial master like him dare to carry such a precious item with him? If he doesn't have it on him, does that mean he really doesn't have it? She sighed in annoyance and muttered to herself. When I asked his father, this little brat said, My father! He died a long time ago. This was very strange. Why was there so much resentment? If what he said is true, the son of a hunter, then it's even more impossible. After thinking for a while, he said, I'd better go back and take a look. Thinking of this, he turned around and flew towards the direction where he had met Chu Yang. But at this time, Chu Yang had already left for a long time, standing at the place where he had spoken with Chu Yang. The man in blue looked around. However, all traces of their conversation were covered by the heavy snow, and nothing could be seen. Little brat, you're walking really fast. The man in green snorted and revealed a proud smile. He said, Don't tell me that jade pendant was given to you for free. Closing his eyes, he activated his divine power and carefully sensed it. It turned out that he had left a trace of his energy in that jade pendant. This way, no matter where the jade pendant was, as long as it was not more than 300 miles away, he could sense the location of the jade pendant once he activated his energy. All these years, in order to find people, he had given out hundreds of such jade pendants. Although they all ended in disappointment, this method of finding people had never failed. After a while, the man in blue opened his eyes. Strange, strange. Even if he was riding a horse, he should have only traveled a few dozen miles. Why can't I sense him at all? It turned out that the energy of the jade pendant had completely disappeared, as if it had never existed in this world. Strange. What's going on? The man in blue slowly paced around here. His face was filled with worry. It was like finding a needle in a haystack. Where should he go to find him? I'll look for him for a few more days. If I still can't find him, I'll go back and tell my family. The man in blue scratched his head. He had given out hundreds of jade pendants. Because of this, his family had mobilized hundreds of people. Every time they were disappointed, he would be punished. It was a bit chilling. Motherfucker. He really is a little devil who torments people. Thinking back and forth, the man in blue looked up to the sky and sighed. He could not help but feel a bit angry. He cursed. Motherfucker, you lost a baby less than a month old. Yet you let old he come and find him. Motherfucker, how many people are there in Heavenly Layer? Isn't this like finding a needle in a haystack? You can't find him, yet you take it out on me every time. Is there any justice in this world? After sighing for a while, he finally stomped his feet and disappeared with a gloomy face. At this time, Chu Yang had already returned to Iron Cloud's citadel. When the man in blue gave him the purple crystal, the sword spirit sensed that there was a strange aura inside. It immediately warned him, "This thing has a tracking aura. It is not appropriate for you to carry it around." So Chu Yang did as he was told. The sword spirit put away the purple crystal. When Hu Lai, facing calamity, sword scraping point, sensed the purple crystal, it immediately swallowed it. It completely destroyed the corpse. Chu Yang hadn't thought that this matter would bring him so much trouble. Right now, he only felt that this guy was not a good person. He actually left a tracking item on my body? What did he want to do? Tai Shicheng's funeral would be held in 3 days. As the ruler of a country, having such a hasty funeral was indeed a bit slow. However, Iron Cloud Nation was in a critical period. The longer it dragged on, the more time it would give Diwu Qing more time. Therefore, after some discussion, they decided to keep it simple. After Chu Yang returned to Butian Pavilion, Chung Ong came to report this matter. Chung Ong stammered and said, "His Highness did not mention Minister Chu." Chu Yang quietly nodded and said, "You can go do your work." Chung Ong and Chun Yu Tong both left anxiously. Chu Yang naturally understood the meaning of his words. Obviously, everyone thought that he was going to be unlucky. The officials of Iron Cloud had asked Tai Butian when the funeral was being held. They had said that the mysterious king of Hell, Chu, should be present at the funeral of His Majesty, no matter what his identity was, and no matter how much he wanted to maintain his mystery. But this decision was ruthlessly rejected by Tai Butian. At that time, Tai Butian said, "Minister Chu? What do you want him to do?" Her voice was filled with anger and dissatisfaction. And Butian Pavilion's actions these days were also notified by the Ministry of Justice. It was not the minister who gave the order. Therefore, some people guessed that King of Hell Chu was about to step down. All the signs pointed to this point. For a moment, many people were very happy. In fact, many people were planning to humiliate this mysterious King of Hell Chu once he stepped down from the throne. These days, they were scared too much by him. Chu Yang laughed at such rumors. He naturally understood why Tai Butian did not let him attend the funeral. Tai Butian was indeed angry, but she definitely wouldn't go to the extent of completely falling out with Chu Yang. The most important reason was that no matter what, Chu Yang's identity could not be revealed. And another reason was that Tai Butian needed to calm down. Tai Butian needed time. And another reason was that a country could not be without a ruler for a day. After the late emperor passed away, a new emperor ascended the throne. There was a change of dynasty. Tai Butian would be very busy during this time. She really did not have the mood to care about Butian Pavilion, and everything in Butian Pavilion was proceeding in an orderly manner. It was only because they had no experience with the death of an emperor and the ascension of a new emperor that they needed to be notified by the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Rights. These departments did not have the slightest command over Butian Pavilion's actions. Chu Yang also did not understand these things, so he was happy to relax. He was a hands-off shopkeeper for a period of time. He walked out of Butian Pavilion and came to Heavenly Armament Pavilion. He received a piece of good news. After returning, Dong Wushang immediately meditated and practiced. He was actually about to break through. Everyone was happy for him, but Dong Wushang was the only one who was unhappy. He went from 3rd to 4th in such a short time. No one would be happy if this happened to him. Dong Wushang still remembered Chu Yang's promise. When he saw Chu Yang return, he asked excitedly, "Boss, I remember you once said that as long as I break through this month, you will give me a saber." Chu Yang nodded. Seeing his anxious face, he could not help but laugh. "What, can't wait?" Dong Wushang scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "Then I will go back to the clan to get the ink steel." All right. After receiving Chu Yang's confirmation, Dong Wushang did not hesitate for a moment. He turned and ran out. His voice came from afar. I will be back immediately. Then he actually disappeared. GMO puffed out his chest and said, Boss. What? Didn't boss say as long as I can stay he will give me a sword? GMO rubbed his hands. This sword. Did you remember wrongly? Chu Yang was stunned. He tilted his head and said playfully, What you said to me was as long as you can stay and make outstanding contributions, then these weapons will be your reward. Yes, and I only said this to Dong Wushang because his saber is specially made. I don't remember saying this to you. Dear boss, dear big brother. GMO was so anxious that his eyebrows fluttered in disarray. His face turned red. Big brother! He pitifully grabbed Chu Yang's hand and shook it back and forth. He looked like a child who was asking for candy from an adult. My lifelong wish is to obtain such a sword. Ah, old man, please help me. Just think of it as doing a good deed. Just think of it as doing a good deed. Just think of it as... Chapter 197. Awu, awu. GMO jumped up high, jumping back and forth in the courtyard. Wahaha, heavens, earth, my life's dream has finally been fulfilled. Wahaha, don't be happy. Chu Yang's face darkened. GMO immediately kept quiet out of fear. He put on a flattering smile and said, Boss, what instructions do you have? Don't worry, if you want me to climb a mountain of swords, I won't jump into a pot of boiling oil. If you want me to go east, I won't go west. If you want me to stink Gudu Xing, I won't trample on Luo Kadi. This sentence attracted the two people's eyes and cold snorts. You want a long sword or a short sword? There is only one long sword and one short sword. As soon as the sentence came out, Luo Kadi became anxious. He hurriedly raised his hand and shouted, Boss, I want a short sword. Luo Kudi's martial arts belonged to the light category. A long sword was not suitable for him. He had been drooling over that short sword for a long time. Get lost. You broke through? GMO shouted angrily. After thinking for a long time, he said, I want a long sword. Luo Kudi relaxed. His eyes flashed with a trace of gratitude. Are you sure? Chu Yang asked seriously. I'm sure. GMO nodded vigorously. GMO was different from Luo Kadi. GMO's G-clan's martial arts were suitable for both long and short swords. A short sword had its uses, and a long sword had its strengths. However, in terms of concealment, a short sword was easier to carry. It was also more unexpected. But now that he knew that Luo Kadi liked a short sword, although GMO scolded him on the surface, he had already decided to leave the short sword for Luo Kadi. He wanted to leave a suitable weapon for his brother. Good. Chu Yang's eyes showed a look of appreciation. How could he not see that GMO actually wanted a short sword? But for GMO to make such a sacrifice, Chu Yang was still very gratified. The word brother had finally left a deep impression in the hearts of these three heavens debauches. I agree. Chu Yang nodded. The sword is with Gu Duxing. You can ask Gu Duxing to give it to you. The corners of Ji Mo's mouth twitched. He was dumbfounded. He hadn't forgotten that just now, in order to get the sword, he had expressed his loyalty to Boss by flattering him and saying that he would humiliate Gu Duxing. But now, in the blink of an eye, karma had come. With a bitter face, he turned his head to look at Gu Duxing, only to see second brother Gu looking at him with a cold face and a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He was looking at him with a playful expression. Oh my, Jishi you want? Sword. GMO stupidly opened his mouth. His face was full of regret. Second brother, dearest second brother, my living immortal. GMO, hurriedly rushed to Gu Duxing's side and did his best to flatter him. Gu Duxing turned around and looked up at the sky. GMO turned in front of Gu Duxing with a whoosh. Second brother, wow. Gu Duxing turned around again. GMO paced back and forth for a while. But he was at his wit's end. He anxiously scratched his head and started to sweat profusely. Ah, my neck is so sore. Gu Duxing twisted his neck left and right, making cracking sounds. Second brother, hee, let me help you rub it. GMO was extremely diligent. With a face full of flattery, he worked very hard. Son, my arms are also sore, Gu Duxing said with a bitter face. Second brother, let me help you rub it. GMO immediately changed his target. My arms are really hard. Let me help you rub it. My waist is sore. I'm already so old. Gu Duxing sighed. Let me help you rub it. GMO's eyes were about to spit fire. My legs are also sore. Gu Duxing's whole body suddenly had a lot of problems. Let me help you rub it. GMO's whole body was sweating after a while. How could he swallow his anger? All right, since you are quite obedient. Gu Duxing dragged out his tone and looked at GMO. GMO stood at attention. Second brother, don't worry. From now on, I will definitely listen to you. If you tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. If you tell me to beat a dog, I will definitely not beat a chicken. Look at you. You still want a sword? Aren't you cheap? Originally, there was no problem, but you still caused a lot of trouble, and you still have to beg me in a humble voice. Cheap person. Gu Duxing snorted. Yes, yes. My mouth is cheap. My mouth is cheap. GMO was about to die from hidden bitterness. He couldn't blame others for criticizing him. His mouth was a bit cheap. After setting up a fight, Gu Duxing saw that this guy was about to lose his temper. He no longer made things difficult for him and slowly went in. After a while, he took out a long sword and threw it in front of GMO. Here for you. Oh my, don't break it. GMO's face was full of heartache. He took a big stride forward and pulled out the long sword. Suddenly, a cold light reflected on the snow. Awe-inspiring. Waha, my divine sword. GMO held the long sword lovingly, completely forgetting his previous humility. He majestically brandished the sword a few times. He was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Luo Kudi and Rue Butong looked at this sword like wolves, full of envy. Ha ha ha. GMO's face suddenly changed. He looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. He shouted murderously, Gu Duxing, second brother Gu, come, 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 pull out your black dragon sword. Little brother wants to spar with you in swordsmanship. Chuyang and the other three staggered. They stared dumbfoundedly at this shameless guy who was tearing down the bridge after crossing the river. Countless black lines appeared on their foreheads. Waha, dog ant! Dog ant! GMO's nose was in the air. He was insufferably arrogant. Under extreme ecstasy and excitement, he began to mumble some words that didn't belong to a human. Gu Duxing gave a look and shouted, Go! Beat up this dog ant! With a whistling sound, the three of them gritted their teeth and bared their fangs and brandished their claws at the same time. They didn't look at the long sword in GMO's hand. They simply pinned this guy to the ground and punched him. GMO was caught off guard. His entire body fell flat on the ground and was firmly pressed into the snow. Gu Duxing rode on his neck. His 2 feet stepped on GMO's elbows, neither lightly nor heavily. A pair of fists fell down like raindrops. Woo woo, woo. Goose nourishes liver, I don't dare. GMO's mouth was deeply blocked under the snow. He let out muffled screams and begs for mercy. His 2 legs twitched and twitched. After a long while, Chuyang stopped them. He restrained his laughter and pulled GMO out of the snow. GMO looked like a sesame seed cake. GMO roared angrily and was about to fight. Okay, everyone, let's talk about the man in green we met today. Chu Yang's face was very serious. In your opinion, what is this person's level? Definitely emperor level. Or even higher. When it came to business, the four guys became serious at the same time. Luo Kadi thought for a while and said with certainty, "Well, I think so too." Gu Duxing resumed his cold face and said, "And this person is very strange. He just showed his face and then left. His purpose." As he said this, Gu Duxing looked at Chu Yang. He knew that the reason why the man in green threw them out was to talk to Chu Yang alone. In other words, Chu Yang definitely knew that person's purpose. Chu Yang's face sank. Gu Duxing and the other two felt depressed. They couldn't help but look at each other and didn't continue this topic. "Is there such an expert in your clan?" Chu Yang asked. "No." Gu Duxing said very straightforwardly, "If Gu clan had an emperor-level expert, Gu clan's position in the three heavens would be completely stabilized. Gu Miaoling's crime wouldn't be a big deal. Our G clan has two ancestors. Cough, cough. Their auras are similar to that person's, but they are not as scary as this person," GMO said hesitantly. "But this matter is a secret. Well, our Luo clan also has two, but they're not as good as that person." Luo Kadi was very straightforward. He blinked and said, "This is also a secret." Gu Duxing and Chu Yang looked at each other. They both knew the situation of Gu clan. No wonder Gu clan was so angry when Gu Miaoling stole the elixir. It turned out that Gu clan's situation was really bad. G clan had an emperor-level expert, and Luo clan had an emperor-level expert. From this, it could be inferred that Hei Mo clan, Black Saber clan, Mo clan, and other similar clans must have emperor-level experts in secret. Otherwise, they wouldn't have maintained such a balance of power. But Gu clan, which was also a super clan, only had a peak king level expert, although they were only one step away from emperor level. This step was like 1,000 mountains and 10,000 rivers. This distance was huge. So that black-clothed person shouldn't be from the three heavens. Chu Yang asked. Yes, if such a person was in the three heavens, he would have caused a huge commotion. He wouldn't be so unknown. The four nodded. If such a person appeared in the three heavens, with their information network, they wouldn't have not heard of him. The four of them were very confident about this. That is the upper three seals. Chu Yang's eyes flashed with a complicated light. He raised his head and quietly looked at the white snow in the sky. His thoughts were far away, and he didn't know where they had drifted to. Upper three heavens, the two people who created my life and gave birth to me. Are they in the upper three heavens? Chu Yang's heart suddenly became furious. You are in the upper three heavens, but you threw me to the lower three heavens. Emperor-level experts, humph. If the upper three heavens searched the lower three heavens, how could they not find me? Why was there no news for 17 years? Gu Duxing and the others felt Chu Yang's abnormality and no longer spoke. After a long time, in order to break this awkward silence, GMO stretched his neck and smiled. After a while, I will go back. He paused and smiled. He scratched his head embarrassedly. The beginning of December is my birthday. Chapter 198. GMO did not catch the hidden meaning this time. His face was a little red as he said, The main thing is that I have to celebrate this birthday with my mother. I heard that in order to give birth to me, my mother had a serious illness. The four of them fell silent. When it came to the elders, especially a sacred word like mother, no one dared to joke. Parents were the most respectable people in this world. Those who were unfilial to their parents were also the targets of disdain by the world. Filial piety was the most important virtue. This was the bottom line of morality in this heavenly realm. Haha, boss, when is your birthday? Su Butong chuckled and said, when the time comes, we must have a good time. Miao Butong's words directly touched the deepest pain in Chu Yang's heart. I don't know when my birthday is. Chu Yang's voice was very calm, but behind this calmness, there seemed to be a fierce storm brewing. The corners of his eyes twitched uncontrollably. His voice was a little hoarse as he said, I was picked up by my master. He was silent for a moment. He raised his face, letting his face welcome the cold snow in the sky. He said quietly, I also don't know who my father is, who my mother is. What is my surname? What is my name? I have never celebrated my birthday. Chu Yang smiled faintly. He coughed lightly and said softly, I also don't know what it feels like to celebrate my birthday. And even more so, I don't know what it feels like to celebrate my mother's birthday. Huh. His expression was very calm, and his voice was very calm. There was no fluctuation, he even smiled. But in this calm voice, Gu Duxing and GMO could clearly feel that Chu Yang's heart was bleeding. It was as if his heart was splitting apart little by little. Boss, you still have us. Luo Kudi's heart warmed. He did not know why, but he actually had an impulse to cry. Su Butong, GMO, and Gu Duxing also looked at Chu Yang with shining eyes. They said in unison, Yes, you still have us. They did not expect Chu Yang's background to be so miserable. At this moment, their hearts suddenly became heavy. Yes, I still have you. Chu Yang smiled and said, I have always celebrated my birthday, but it's just one day. No, among us brothers, besides you, our birthdays are also your birthdays. Gu Duxing said excitedly, then you can celebrate this birthday at least 5 times a year. 5 brothers will accompany you. Accompany you? No. Yes. Chu Yang smiled warmly and said, there's another one. He's my junior martial brother. His name is very strange. He's called Tan Tan. Talk? The 4 of them were tongue-tied. They couldn't understand why someone in this world would choose such a name. The epiphany of the epiphyllum. Chu Yang smiled and said, you guys don't know how interesting this little one is. He introduced Tan Tan to them while smiling. Then he said, you guys will surely like him if you see him. Especially his character. He is super narcissistic to the point of scaring people. Huh. Chu Yang couldn't help but smile as he recalled Tan Tan's appearance. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Then I really want to broaden my horizons. Such a narcissistic guy is really rare. Gu Duxing and the others immediately became interested. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation in the Double Heavens continent. It was snowing in the lower 3 heavens. Iron Cloud was holding a funeral. Chu Yang was chatting with his brothers. Qingyan, he was still trekking in the snow. Diwu Qingro was still strategizing in the Prime Minister's mansion. Waiting, the war at the border was temporarily suspended. The lower 3 heavens continent was only a little cold. There was no snow. It had been 7 days since Mo Tianji brought Mo Qingwu back to the clan. In these 7 days, the Mo clan seemed to have changed completely. Mo Tianji sat cross-legged in his abode. In front of him was a small and exquisite tea table. On the tea table, steam rose and the fragrance of tea filled the room. It looked very relaxed. But now, Mo Tianji's handsome face had a hint of anger and worry. Mo Tianji had always been expressionless. For him to show such an expression, it was usually something that was far beyond his control. Thinking of the day when he had just returned to the clan, Mo Tianji felt like he was about to explode. But he couldn't bear it. That day when he returned to the clan, what surprised him was that his elder brother, Mo Tianyun, who was supposed to be training in the lower 3 heavens, was also at home. He held his little sister's hand and just entered the clan. He bumped into him. Mo Tianji's original intention was to return as soon as possible and avoid Mo Tianyin. Then he would explain the situation of his little sister. As long as his elder brother and his henchmen were not present, everything would be much easier to discuss. At least he could delay for a while. But he didn't expect to bump into him as soon as he came back. Well, looking at this situation, Mo Tianyin seemed to have specially waited for his return. "Oh, you're back?" Mo Tianyin's mouth hooked up, revealing a bewitching smile. Compared to Mo Tianji's calmness, Mo Tianyin seemed a little gloomy and feminine. His eyes were slender and often squinted, shooting out chilling rays of light. And this was what Mo Tianji disliked the most. "You are scary. Fine. As long as you know how scary you are, it's fine. Why do you have to pretend to be a poisonous snake? Are you afraid that others don't know how scary you are?" Mo Tianji had always disdained his elder brother's behavior. "How many days have you been back?" Mo Tianji calmly asked. Mo Qing Wu timidly pulled her second brother's hand. Half of her small body hid behind him. She timidly called out to her elder brother in a low voice. "Little sister is also back." Mo Tianyin smiled at Mo Qing Wu. Then he raised his head and looked at his younger brother. He lightly said, "Yes, I have been back for 7 or 8 days." "Well, elder brother has been guarding the door for these 7 or 8 days. Are you tired?" Mo Tianji's eyes quietly flashed with a trace of anger. He didn't want to provoke Mo Tianyin verbally, but the anger in his heart at this moment made him feel like he couldn't control it, because the one who was hurt was the little sister he cared about the most. Mo Qing Wu. Mo Tianyin came back 7 or 8 days ago. Basically, he stayed in the lower 3 heavens for less than a month. Then he went down and came back? Why, during this period of time, how could he not know about the attack on him and his little sister? But he didn't do anything and went straight home. Moreover, after returning home, he waited at the door for his return. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve and prepared everything properly. This made Mo Tianji think of some frightening things. His heart was filled with coldness and anger. "How can you be tired guarding the door every day?" Mo Tianyin softly said, "As long as I can see second brother and little sister come back safely, I am willing to stand at the door for a lifetime." "Thank you, elder brother. Little brother really doesn't know how to repay big brother's kindness to us." Mo Tianji gently took a breath and suppressed the churning emotions in his heart. His face revealed a grateful expression as he softly said. Mo Tianyin looked at Mo Tianji's expression and had an impulse to fiercely punch this handsome face in front of him. Mo Tianji had always been like this. No matter what happened, even if his lungs were about to explode from anger, his face would not show the slightest bit of anger, just like the grateful expression on his face at this moment. It made people know that it was fake, but they couldn't find any fault with it. "I heard that little sister was injured?" Mo Tianyin asked with concern. Mo Tianji shook his head in shame. Then he sorrowfully said, "It's all because of this useless elder brother of mine. This elder brother of mine has the heart of a wolf and the lungs of a dog. He is worse than a beast. He didn't take good care of his little sister. So this elder brother of mine should be hacked into pieces and left without a complete corpse." Mo Tianyin suddenly became angry. Mo Tianji gritted his teeth in self-reproach. But in fact, he was scolding himself with every sentence. How could Mo Tianyin not know this? "Second brother, you don't need to blame yourself. Everyone has their own misfortunes and blessings. Everything is predestined by the will of the heavens. You can't force it." Mo Tianyin lightly said, "Even if little sister is injured, it may not be a bad thing for her. At least, she doesn't have to rush into the wilderness and save her life. I am the big brother. Don't fight. If you fight, you won't be able to keep your life. Mo Tianji gently smiled and said with a sigh of approval, Big Brother is right. Even the emperors of the world have times when there is a change of dynasty. There is also a time when the family is ruined. Who can say for sure what the will of the heavens is? Don't think that you are safe. After Mo Tianji finished speaking, the two brothers no longer spoke. One stood inside the door and the other outside. Seashore quietly looked at each other. Both pairs of eyes were sharp and threatening, but both of them were smiling as if they were brothers who had just met after a long time and were chatting intimately. Mo Qing Wu cowered behind her second brother. Her small face was pale. Since childhood, she was most afraid of her two elder brothers when they were together. Every time, both of them would have a warm smile on their faces and would say warm words. Sometimes they would discuss enthusiastically. Sometimes they would praise together. Sometimes they would sigh together. She seemed to be able to understand every word they said, but she didn't seem to understand every word they said. Regardless of whether they were being intimate or speaking calmly, she couldn't help but feel chills all over her body. During the whole process, the two king-level masters stood behind Mo Tianji and did not say a word. Behind Mo Tianyin, there were also two king-level masters. They were like clay sculptures. Oh, look at my carelessness. Mo Tianyin patted his forehead. Little brother and little sister are coming home, and I actually stopped them at the door. Ha ha ha, if outsiders saw this, they would think that I am too much. Ha ha, second brother, little sister, coming quickly. Father has been talking about you two every day. He said that you two are smart. In the future, the three of us will work together and bring glory to the Mo clan. Ha ha. He especially said that second brother's wisdom is unparalleled in the world. You will be my #1 helper in the future. Father has already said that you are only a subordinate. You can be a helper, but you can't make the decision. The one who has the final say is still me. Big brother is right. Blocking the entrance like this is indeed an eyesore. If someone were to see this, they would think that this younger brother of mine is arrogant and domineering. So I am blocking Big Brother's path and making it difficult for Big Brother to pass. With me here, you can't pass. Chapter 199. The two brothers' faces were full of smiles. They were friendly and natural, from the bottom of their hearts. Anyone who saw them would be envious of them. Look at the two brothers of the Mo clan. They have such a good relationship. They could even wear the same pants. No one knew that in the hearts of these two brothers, they had already regarded each other as irreconcilable foes. The guards at the door watched the two young masters go in. They shuddered and rolled up their sleeves. Everyone's arms were full of goosebumps. The murderous intention hidden in the two brothers' friendliness and gentleness was too frightening. As for the two brothers, who were walking further and further away, they were still having a friendly conversation. Second brother, is Xiao Wu's injury serious? Mo Tianyin asked worriedly. Who did it? It's very serious. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed with murderous intention. He coldly said, It's the He Mo clan. They are heartless bastards. They actually injured Xiao Wu's 3 Yin meridians. I am very angry about this. Don't worry, big brother. Little brother has already sworn an oath. If that heartless bastard still wants to make a move on little sister, little brother will not hesitate to drag that heartless bastard down to hell with me. Mo Qing Wu's injury could not be concealed. If the clan investigated, it would be very easy to find out. It was better to be straightforward. My little sister's 3 Yin meridians are already destroyed. If you still want to hurt her, then even if I can't get the Mo clan, you can also forget about getting it. Heartless bastard. Mo Tianyin murmured. His eyes flashed with murderous intention. He heavily said, That's right. The Hayemo clan is under my Emo clan. So, I won't forgive such a heartless bastard who offended me. If I see him, I will definitely cut him into pieces. If you dare to offend your superior, I will dare to clean you up." Once again, the two brothers looked at each other with a tacit smile on their faces. The 4 king-level masters who followed the two brothers all felt their palms sweating. Their whole body was cold. Following these 2 young masters was really a test of their heart's endurance. Especially when the 2 of them were together, it was simply torture for the people around them. Emo Tianyin suddenly stopped and stood with his hands behind his back. With an expressionless face, he said, "Uncle Chengyu, do you know your crime?" Emo Chengyu's face turned pale. He bowed and said, "Yes, your subordinate knows his mistake. And, as the young lady's guardian, you actually neglected your duty and carelessness, causing the young lady to suffer such irreparable harm. Emo Chengyu, have all these years of peace turned you into an idiot?" Emo Tianyun's eyes flashed coldly. This subordinate is guilty. Emo Chengyu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. His heart was full of excuses. But it was a fact that Emo Chengyu had suffered such serious injuries. Moreover, Emo Tianyun clearly wants to use me to show Emo Tianji his power. If he tried to explain himself, he was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. Emo Tianji wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't. A moment ago, Emo Tianyun had spoken in the capacity of an elder brother, but now he was speaking in the capacity of a young clan lord. If he interfered now, he would be committing a crime. And, since you know your crime, this young clan lord will announce the clan's decision. Emo Tianyun was expressionless. Emo Chengyu's negligence is unforgivable. But, since he has always been meritorious, we will not punish him severely. Instead, we will remove him from his guardian position. He will take his family to Songlan battlefront and serve the clan. Emo Chengyu's body trembled. Isn't this driving me away from the young lady's side? Elder brother, aren't you going overboard? Emo Tianji frowned. If it wasn't for Emo Chengyu risking his life to protect her, would little sister still be alive? Emo Chengyu might have done something wrong, but this is too harsh. This is the decision of the clan's elders. Emo Tianyun sighed and said, "Second brother, I don't want to do this, but I am not the clan lord yet. The one in charge of the clan is, of course, father. Could it be that you have an objection to father's decision? Who do you think you are? You dare to point your finger?" "I will explain to father," Emo Tianji said casually. "I hope you can succeed and save Uncle Chengyu from the pain of a long journey." Emo Tianyun's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. "I don't want Uncle Chengyu to leave me," Emo Chengyu protested timidly. "Little sister, be good. This is an adult's matter. Do you understand?" Emo Tianyun smiled and gently stroked Emo Chengyu's hair as he comforted her. Emo Chengyu's body trembled. Her face flashed with a trace of fear as she gently took half a step back. Emo Tianyun's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Father is still waiting for you." Father and the elders of the Council of Elders are all very concerned about little sister's injuries. Emo Tianji's face twisted as he recalled this. He gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. Just like that, once they returned to the clan, they immediately called for a meeting to pass judgment on Emo Chengyu. The next morning, he was ordered to take his family and leave the clan for Songlan battlefront. Even though he tried to argue, in the face of the clan's authority, no amount of wisdom could help. The Elders Guild didn't even give him a chance to reason with them. They were heartless. Immediately after, they examined little sister's body. One by one, they sighed helplessly. Their eyes were filled with pity. Emo Tianji still remembered that his little sister was tightly hugging the saber that Chuyang had given her. She was standing in the hall, trembling. Her originally lively eyes were now like a pitiful little rabbit. Looking at this, and looking at that delicate and pitiful appearance, made his heart ache on the spot. He still remembered that his little sister was crying as she threw herself into Father's arms. Father had already reached out his hand, but his face showed a conflicted expression as he pulled it back. At that time, his little sister stopped in her tracks and stood in front of Father in a daze. Tears flowed down her white cheeks. Poof! Mo Tianji angrily slammed his fist on the tea table, even though Mo Qingwu was young. Her sensitive heart had already sensed that something was wrong. The elders, who were originally kind and amiable, were now looking at her strangely. Regret, anger, disappointment. But there was no love, no pity. Even her father, who had always liked her, turned his face away and sighed when she looked at him. Mo Qingwu was perplexed. Her young heart was full of fear and uneasiness. Boundless fear flooded her in an instant. She didn't understand what was going on. Why did everything change after I went out to play once? Mo Qingwu felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. For a moment, she felt as if she was floating and her soul had left her body. At that moment, she could not help but think of Chu Yang. She thought of Chu Yang's eyes that were filled with love and doting. That was a complete protection. Suddenly, Mo Qingwu's young heart yearned to return to Chu Yang's side. Her heart was calling out to him continuously, and she was crying. "Brother Chu Yang, where are you? When are you coming to see little Wu?" Little Wu is really pitiful now. Mo Tianji frowned tightly. He already felt that something was wrong. Mo Tianyin came back 8 days earlier than him and had already arranged everything in the clan, even including Mo Qingwu's treatment. Even though the clan did not explicitly state this, Mo Tianji knew that Mo Tianyin would not leave it out. Mo Tianji racked his brains to think of a way to make his little sister's life more comfortable. He did not expect to give Mo Qingwu the same treatment as before. Mo Qingyu's departure was a clear signal. Mo Tianyin would have an overwhelming advantage in the power struggle between him and Mo Qingwu if he were to eliminate the power of Mo Qingwu's side. Mo Tianji grabbed the edge of the tea table and murmured, "You are wrong. Mo Tianyin, if you did not see me as an opponent, I would not have fought with you. Unfortunately, it was because of your own suspicions that you took the initiative to deal with me. That was the reason why you made a strong enemy for yourself. Now that you have done this to little Wu, you and I cannot live under the same sky." Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly. When he was young, his big brother was his idol. He had always been proud of his big brother because he was only 5 years older than him. But he had done things that he did not even dare to think about. At that time, he always thought that as long as the two of them were together, and he always listened to his big brother, the Mo clan would be able to flourish even when the two of them were injured. In these 3 days, the clan would not fall. However, since a few years ago, he inexplicably encountered a series of crises, and then he unintentionally found out that his big brother was targeting him. He began to change. He was no longer the Mo Tianji of the past, because if he maintained his previous attitude, it would be equivalent to seeking death. His wisdom was also honed little by little in this kind of environment. However, compared to his big brother, who was 10 years older than him, he had always been the weaker one. Only in these 2 years, when his wisdom had matured, did he slowly reverse the situation. But now, because Mo Qingwu was close to him, she encountered this kind of thing. Nothing in this world is a coincidence. Mo Tianji had always believed in this saying. Coincidences are inevitable. Even if the Hei Mo clan had the ability to reach the heavens, they would not know his whereabouts. But they had accurately grasped it and set up an ambush at the right time. Mo Tianji could not think of any other explanation for all of this. Mo Tianyin's early return was tantamount to a showdown with him. Or perhaps he thought that his little sister's power had been eradicated, and that he was already victorious and the situation was already set. He was really gauging the stature of a great man with the yardstick of a villain. You should know that I have never thought of using my little sister's power to protect her. That is my little sister's power. I want to use my own power to defeat you fair and square. How can a person like you, who is used to scheming against others, understand my pride? Emotion closed his eyes and sighed. Second young master, the clan head sent someone to inform you to attend the clan meeting. He said that there is an important decision. A voice interrupted Emotion's thoughts. This news made Emotion's body tremble violently. Chapter 200. And now. Emochingwu's small body was curled up in the corner of her room. Her face was full of tears and her mouth was flat. She wanted to cry, but did not dare to. She could only cry in her heart. Brother Chuyang, I'm so pitiful. They're all bullying me. Come quickly. In these past few days, Emochingwu sensitively felt that even the maids by her side were treating her differently from before. For the past few days, every time his mother saw him, she would hug him and cry. Tears would flow out. She was full of sorrow and ignorance. Emochingwu faintly felt that something bad was about to happen to her. This was an ominous premonition, but she could not do anything. She opened her frightened eyes and blankly looked at these changes. It seemed that the only thing that could give her a sense of security was the saber in her hand. Brother Chuyang's saber. The Emo clan's clan meeting finally began. When Emotion walked into this hall, his heart suddenly sank. In the hall, incense smoke lingered. The ancestral tablets were brought out and placed on the incense table at the top. On the opposite seat, his father, Emotion, sat with a serious face. There were 4 chairs on both sides of the room. On each of the chairs sat a person from the spiritual basket. Some of them had white hair, some of them had white hair, and some of them had black hair and a youthful face. However, Emotion knew that these people were about the same age. So, he couldn't tell anything from their appearances, because these were the 8 great elders of the Emo clan. The 2 men closest to his father's seat were, in fact, the 2 ancestors with the highest cultivation and the most prestige in the family. Big brother Emotion was dressed in white and sat on the left side. Opposite him, there was an empty seat. It was no doubt his own seat. Below the 2 of them, there were 7 or 8 chairs. On them sat the clan members and important experts of the Emo clan. Everyone was silent. The atmosphere was very oppressive. Emotion's heart sank to the bottom. Even the ancestral tablets were brought out. Obviously, Heaven Umbrella was going to make a big decision, and this decision was definitely related to Emochingwu. Little sister was not here yet. Emotion slowly walked in with a gloomy face. He straightened his back and fixed his gaze on his father's face. He wanted to find a trace of warmth from his father's dignified face for his little sister. Emotion was finally disappointed. Emotion Chen's face was devoid of any expression. Only when his gaze met with his son, a sliver of sadness quietly flashed across his eyes. Emotion sensitively captured this trace of sadness. He immediately stopped in front of a seat. He slowly turned around and faced Emotion. This was the person closest to him and his little sister. Blood was thicker than water. Emotion's eyes flashed with a trace of delight. Emotion's eyes, however, flashed with a trace of coldness. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. Emotion didn't say anything. He slowly sat down on his seat. Only Emotion and Emotion were wearing snow-white robes. The 2 of them were sitting opposite each other. They looked calm on the surface. However, everyone in the hall could clearly feel an aura surging between these 2 brothers when Emotion sat down. Today, I've gathered everyone here because I have an important announcement to make. Mo Xingchen's 3 strands of long beard fluttered despite the lack of wind. His lips trembled slightly as he lightly shouted, "Bring Mo Qingwu up!" Mo Tianji's pupils violently contracted. At the door, Mo Qingwu was led in by 2 female servants. She walked in fearfully and timidly. Her little face was deathly pale. In her arms, she was hugging a worn-out-looking saber. She hugged it so tightly that it was as if this saber was her only consolation. She stood alone in the middle of the hall. She looked at her father pitifully. Then she looked left and right timidly. Finally, her strong, pleading gaze fell on her second brother's face. Her small lips trembled like a small blade of grass in the wind. Mo Tianji suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. He couldn't bear to look at his little sister's pitiful appearance. He sadly lowered his gaze. Mo Qingwu's eyes immediately filled with tears. She stared at Mo Tianji for a while before finally lowering her head. Mo Tianji wanted to say something, but he realized that his little sister had already lowered her head. Her soft hair covered her face. She looked so helpless. Mo Tianji didn't know that he lowered his head today because he couldn't bear to see his little sister's pitiful appearance. It wasn't that he didn't want to help her, but he neglected the fact that Mo Qingwu was at her weakest moment. She already knew the fate that she was about to face. Mo Tianji's lowering of his head was equivalent to completely destroying the last hope in Mo Qingwu's heart. This made Mo Qingwu stubbornly believe that in the entire Mo clan, except for her mother, no one else was good to her. Even her second brother, who was usually closest to her, didn't help her. This matter left a serious shadow in Mo Qingwu's heart. If Mo Tianji knew that Mo Qingwu had such a misunderstanding, he would probably hug his little sister in his arms, even if he died. But he didn't know. Mo Qingwu's head was lowered. She just stared at the saber in her arms. It seemed that the saber still had Chu Yang's warmth. She couldn't even hear what the others were saying. Mo Xingchen sighed and said, Mo Qingwu was still a child. She insisted on going to the Mo clan's training. But because of this, she caused a big disaster. Everyone in the hall looked down and didn't say a word. They just listened quietly. The He Mo clan's ambush caused Mo Qingwu to be seriously injured. The He Mo Sword King's one-sword palace caused serious consequences. Mo Xingchen let out a heavy breath and said, Mo Qingwu's 3 meridian was completely destroyed. Without a doubt, this was the result of the Mo clan's elders' investigation. Suddenly, people in the hall started to whisper. Many people already knew about this matter, but there were still some who didn't know. In the 3 heavens, the weak are prey to the strong. Only with strong martial strength can one survive. Our Mo clan is founded on martial strength. We also value this point very much. The competition among the younger generation is also very cruel. But only with such cruel competition can we ensure that our Mo clan will continue to exist for a long time. Mo Xingchen's voice was very heavy. Therefore, our clan spared no effort in nurturing those who were talented, no matter if they were male or female. We didn't hesitate to raise their strength at all costs. Mo Qingwu has 3 meridian and is valued by the entire clan. All cultivation materials are given priority. Whether it is food, clothing, housing, or transportation, they are all better than their peers. For this reason, the clan has already worked hard for 7 years. Mo Xingchen's voice was a little hoarse as he said, but now, Mo Qingwu's 3 meridian has been destroyed. So, the clan has decided to remove Mo Qingwu from her previous position. We will take revenge for the He Mo clan, but with her 3 meridian destroyed, she will forever be a revered martial artist. Piling up a large amount of resources is already a waste. Mo Xingchen closed his eyes and looked at his daughter. A trace of pity flashed through his eyes. After the joint research of the clan and the elders, we will definitely wait. Emo Tianji calmly raised his hand and interrupted him. Father, I have something to say. What? What is it that you have to say that you have to interrupt father's announcement? Emo Tianyin sat on the opposite side and slowly said, Second brother, I beg of you, before you speak in front of the ancestral tablets, in front of so many people, please think about saving some face for our father. Emo Tianyin, you are so vicious. Emo Tianji completely gave up on this big brother of his at this moment. Emo Tianyin's words were neither fast nor slow, but it put him in the most awkward position. Moreover, with this sentence in front of him, the first impression was the strongest. No matter what he said, it would be greatly discounted. What words? Speak. Emo Xing Chen's face darkened. Little sister's injury is not incurable. Emo Tianji said, In the lower three heavens, I once met a strange person. He once said that if he was given a year's time, he would be able to prepare the medicine to reconnect little sister's 3-yin meridian. I can swear on my life that this is not a lie. A strange person in the lower three heavens. Emo Xing Chen's voice was a little strange. In the hall, many people's faces revealed mocking smiles. Do you know that these few days, 2 elders and I went to the upper 3 heavens? Emo Xing Chen was a little angry. He was very dissatisfied with his son's careless words. We found the drug god. When he heard about the 3-yin meridian being destroyed, he returned all the gifts we sent. Drug god, the number 1 doctor in the upper 3 heavens. His medical skills were superb. However, he had a strange rule. He only treated 1 person in a day. Even so, the Medicine God Valley was still as busy as a marketplace. Everyone was horrified. Everyone was even a little surprised. The clan master actually found the drug god for his daughter's injury. How much did he have to pay? Everyone knew why the drug god returned the gifts. That was because the drug god could not do anything about Emo Qingwu's injury. Even the drug god could not do it. You found a strange person in the lower 3 heavens to treat her. It's fine if you speak carelessly, but you actually used your own life to guarantee it. This was what made Emo Xing Chen the most dissatisfied. I also know that this matter is difficult to convince, but, Father, please believe me this once. Emo Tianji straightened his body and said resolutely. Emo Xing Chen was silent. Haha, yes, second brother. Little sister is injured. Every one of us is burning with anxiety. Every one of us is in great pain. Do you think you are the only one who is sad? Emo Tianyin sighed, but the truth is the truth. Even the drug god could not do anything, but you say a doctor in the lower 3 heavens can. Second brother, this is a clan meeting. You. Don't be unreasonable. Emo Tianji's handsome face suddenly turned red. At this moment, the last bit of brotherly affection in his heart disappeared without a trace. He could not wait to strangle Emo Tianyin. Too insidious. How could he do this to his own little brother and little sister? All right, you don't have to say anything. Emo Xingchen shouted. Emo Tianji still wanted to say something, but the black-robed elder at the top slowly opened his eyes and looked at Emo Tianji. Tianji, if you say one more word, there will be no place for you here. Chapter 201. In the depths of Emo Tianyin's eyes, a trace of pride and schadenfreude flashed. Obviously, Emo Tianji's careless words had angered the elder. Emo Tianji stood quietly for a while, then sat down without a word. His face was still calm, but the coldness in his eyes was getting heavier and heavier. Emo Tianji wanted to leave, but once he left, no one would speak up for his little sister, so he still sat down. The clan has decided. Mo Xingqian looked at Mo Tianji with some blame and said, "First, Mo Qingwu's cultivation resources will be revoked. From today onwards, she will be sent as a normal disciple. Second, Mo Qingwu's right to inherit the Red Dust Pavilion will be revoked. The Red Dust Pavilion will be inherited by another outstanding female disciple. Third, Mo Qingwu's position as a core disciple of the clan will be revoked. Fourth, Mo Qingwu's right to live in the inner court will be revoked. From today onwards, she will move out of the inner court. Fifth, all her benefits will be revoked. The clan will deal with her separately. Sixth, revoked." With each announcement, Mo Tianji's face became redder and redder, then it turned pale. His hands clenched into fists, and his fingernails dug deep into his flesh. Oh, Qingwu stood with her head lowered, looking at the saber in her arms, as if she did not hear anything. For a young girl like her, this kind of punishment was too cruel. Every announcement of her father's decision was like a clap of thunder, a series of explosions in her head. It shook her until she was dizzy, as if the whole world had left her at this moment. "Father," Mo Tianji finally could not help but stand up fiercely. "I have something important to report." Mo Tianji's voice interrupted Mo Xingqian's words once again. As a scheming person, Mo Tianji clearly knew the consequences of his actions. But at this moment, for the sake of his younger sister, he decided to go all out. He did not know and was not sure if it would be good or bad for him to speak of this matter now. Would it cause more harm to his little sister? He had seriously considered this issue before, and thought that it was better not to speak of it. But now he changed his mind. If he did not speak now, his little sister would be finished when his father finished announcing it. Her life would be ruined, even though Mo Tianji was not certain. And even though he was willing to take a risk, Mo Tianji would rather risk it all. This was the first time in Mo Tianji's life that he had done something that he wasn't sure of. What important favor! This time, Mo Xingqian opened his mouth before anyone could berate him. Although his voice was gloomy, it made Mo Tianji happy. This was the only opportunity that his father had fought for him in front of the family's interests. "I won't be able to say anything if the elders open their mouths first, and everyone attacks me together." I don't know if father has noticed the saber in Xiao Wu's hand. Mo Tianji clenched his teeth and hardened his heart. Then he finally spoke. He originally wanted to keep this saber a secret and let his little sister keep it for self-defense. However, at this moment, this saber had become Mo Qingwu's biggest bargaining chip. As long as the family values this saber, then his little sister's position would not be too awkward. At the very least, he could change the environment for his younger sister to preserve some of the benefits. As for the saber, it would never break. Mo Tianji had already decided. If it was really the worst outcome, then one day he would take back this saber for his little sister. However, the most important thing now was not the saber, but a chance for his little sister to breathe, a chance for her to grow. This saber? Mo Xingqian asked doubtfully. Yes, this saber was given to Xiao Wu by the benefactor who saved her. Mo Tianji said deeply. This saber is an ancient treasure saber. It is a peerless treasure saber. Moreover, this saber's name is Dreaming of a Gentle Dance Saber. It is also heaven's will for it to fall into Xiao Wu's hands. Mo Tianji's words were not very clear, but once he said it, everyone understood what he meant. This saber is an ancient treasure saber, but it has Mo Qingwu's name on it. This is a coincidence and also heaven's favor. How could a person blessed by heaven become a useless person? For a moment, everyone's gaze was on Mo Qingwu. However, Mo Qingwu suddenly raised her head and looked at Mo Tianji. She was completely in disbelief. Why did second brother mention this saber? Don't you know that this saber is the only thing I can keep now? Xiao Wu, let me see your saber. After Mo Tianji finished speaking, Mo Qing Wu still stood there indifferently. Mo Xing Qin could not help but say, Mo Qing Wu's mind was in a mess, and she felt that everything was so unreal. Her father, who used to adore her, had suddenly become a stranger. Her ancestors, who used to adore her, no longer seemed to recognize her. Even her second brother, who had always been the closest to her, did not dare to look at her. Furthermore, he had even revealed her biggest secret at her current age. She still did not know that if she was really stripped of everything according to her father's announcement, her status in this clan would fall from the peak to the bottom. She would not even be comparable to a maid in the side room. As for the words that followed, she did not hear them. Her entire person had collapsed. Although she was still here, she could no longer think or move. Little sister, give me the saber. Mo Tianji walked in front of her, squatted down, and said softly, Let father see. As he spoke, he reached out to take the saber in Mo Qing Wu's hand. When he reached out, his palms were already full of sweat. This saber was his little sister's favorite, and it was also her only hope at present. He did not know what would happen after she took it out. But no matter what, this was the last step in front of him. Feeling that someone was snatching the saber in her hand, Mo Qingwu instinctively tightened her grip. Then she fiercely hugged herself and screamed, Don't snatch my saber! Don't snatch my saber! With a scream, her eyes and face were full of tears. Tears flowed down her jade-like cheeks and dripped onto the ground. Mo Tianji's heart ached. He said, Little sister, I'm not trying to snatch your saber. It's father who wants to see it. Mo Qing Wu hugged, dreaming of a gentle dance, saber tightly. Her eyes were full of fear. Don't snatch my saber. Brother Chu Yang gave it to me. Xiao Wu. Mo Xingqian shouted, Give it to me. Mo Qing Wu only felt them all over. The next moment, the saber was already in Mo Xingqian's hand. Once the saber was in his hand, Mo Xingqian was shocked, because this saber was as light as a feather. My saber! Mo Qing Wu shouted. Mo Qing Wu screamed. Suddenly, she looked at her empty hands in a daze, and tears fell down her cheeks in a pitter-patter. The next moment, Mo Xingqian reached out. With a swoosh, the saber was unsheathed. The whole hall was shrouded in red light. In the red light, starlight twinkled. More than 30 people in the hall stood up at the same time. Good saber. Just by looking at the dazzling red light, one could tell that this saber was definitely a peerless divine item. There was actually someone who would give such a saber to an ignorant little girl for her to play with. At this moment, everyone in the Mo clan had the same thought. Could it be that this person was an idiot? Xing Qin, is this saber very light? The voice of the elder who scolded Mo Tianji just now was trembling. His eyes were fixed on the saber, emitting a dazzling light. This elder was called Mo Wu Exan. He was the only remaining elder of the Mo clan, and also one of the emperor-level martial artists. Yes, the entire saber is no more than 4 ounces. Mo Xingqian held the saber as if he didn't feel anything at all. No more than 4 ounces, Mo Wu Exan sucked in a breath of cold air and said impatiently, Let me see. The next moment, Mo Wu Exan caressed the saber very carefully. His pale face suddenly flushed red. He murmured, It is indeed red cloud steel. And Xingqian, no. Mo Wu Exan frowned and checked carefully. Then he said in shock, Red cloud steel essence. Star iron essence. He casually grabbed the saber from the waist of a Mo clan expert at the door. With a swoosh, the saber flew over. Then he held the saber with one hand and raised the saber high in the air with the other hand. Then he let go. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the sheathed sword landed lightly on the saber's blade. With a soft sound, it broke into 2 and fell to the ground with a clang. The hall was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the saber. How could the saber of a clan expert be ordinary? But it fell without any resistance. It was like a knife cutting through tofu. It didn't even make a sound before it broke. And it was sheathed. Just how sharp was this saber? There had never been such a divine weapon in the Heaven Layer continent. This was a priceless treasure. Gently tilting the saber, Mo Wu Xen whispered, dreaming of a gentle dance, overturning the mortal world. Overturning the mortal world. This saber is indeed overturning the mortal world. Xing Qin, this saber is definitely the #1 treasure saber in the Heaven Layer continent. Mo Wu Xen looked at the saber lovingly. Such a treasure saber has come to our Mo clan. It is a great fate. You must take good care of it. As he spoke, he returned the saber to its sheath and reluctantly handed it to Mo Xing Qin. This saber was given to little sister by that benefactor. Mo Tenji took a breath and said, "That benefactor said that this saber only belongs to little sister. Little sister is the owner of this saber." Mo Tianji said seriously. Everyone understood what he meant. This saber belonged to Mo Qingwu, and it was given to Mo Qingwu by the benefactor of the Mo clan. It only belonged to Mo Qingwu. It could not belong to anyone else. No one is allowed to spread the news that this saber is in the Mo clan. Mo Wu Xian's eyes flashed as he looked at everyone's face seriously. Everyone nodded in unison. Their eyes were burning. Everyone knew what such a treasured saber meant. The treasure saber had been returned to its sheath. But the amazing scene just now had been engraved in everyone's minds forever. Only belongs to Xiao Wu? Mo Xing Qin frowned. Such a treasure saber in the hands of a child with no future. Was it not a great waste and a great risk? You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.